Please, the show starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
The following content contains adult language and humor that is not suitable for viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others.
Cash Money can put his change in my piggy bank any day.
Big man authority!
On the spot.
Ladies and gentlemen,
He was digging.
ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome one and all to this edition of Pacific414 Pop Talk. Currently only on the YouTube channel. I will upload it to the Rumble channel later on. But along with Baron Orman Tagge and our special guest, the Tower of Power, too sweet to be sour, 24/7 Fusion Media, who is...
You know that I'm the cream of the crop.
That's right. He's the cream of the crop. 24/7 Fusion Media is our guest today, and we are going to catch up with 24, find out how things have been going for him, talk about his YouTube channel, of course, and also talk about a few things in pop culture and entertainment. But 24, welcome back to the show. I'm glad to have you here, brother.
Hey, I'm blessed and thankful to be here. I appreciate you guys for having me, and I apologize for a couple of days ago for not being able to show up properly, but at least I'm glad that we was able to get all the kinks worked out and everything. And now that we can make it happen, I'm just thankful to be here, and I'm excited, man. Just happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. You guys do a hell of a job, for the ones that are there for your kids, and and even for your nieces, your nephews, if you have pets that you look after, even looking after some kids, at your school, at your church, even if you're an uncle, and you take on the responsibilities of being a father or a parent, maybe not even a full-time, maybe part-time, hell, even for a couple hours, every now and then. Happy Father's Day to you, and hopefully you guys are enjoying your day. So that's what's up.
And happy Father's Day to you as well, brother.
Thank you.
You were telling us backstage that your daughter graduated this past weekend, so congrats to her. And
Thank you. Yeah. So yeah, I'm just happy to be here.
Yeah,
I'm just happy to be here.
And I know the other day EP Mux was giving you a hard time with its sound setting, and Baron and I were talking about it backstage before you joined us. And I was just saying to Baron, I enjoy some of the things of EP Mux, some of the features it has, but it's gotten too frustrating where either a guest or one of us is trying to talk and it cuts off our audio because it switches the audio and a few other things that it does. And I said to him, okay, we got 5 hours, 6 hours to play with on StreamYard under the free planned. So we're gonna go ahead and use that on Sunday and make it a lot easier for all of us.
Right. Yeah, I understand. Yeah. So shit, I'm like I said, I'm just happy to be here. So man, this is awesome, man. I miss y'all, man. Shit, yeah. Miss
Well,
y'all, man.
Hell yeah,
So
man.
And that's the thing. I know Baron misses joining you for the Primetime Kings every Sunday night, and the fun that you guys had there with Vigilante and Turks.
right. And I plan to bring that back. So, the thing is, might have to change the date. Like Sundays might not be it, but we'd have to, figure out something. But we could always bring it back and work it in to where it could work out for everybody's schedule, which is the most important thing.
Mm-hmm.
And just try to keep it consistent, which is the next thing. It's like, okay, keep it at a good time. Hopefully, everybody's on board to come back, and then from there figure out what would be a good time for everybody to come on, and I know Vigilante could show up every now and then like he did before, because he has a lot of things on his plate. And if we can get the game back and do it on a different day, just Sunday just seems to be too much. And because it was pulling everybody in different directions, and I was thinking, well, maybe if we can do it on a different day that doesn't get everybody out of whack, and it would take for us to have a couple of conversations to figure out what would work best for everybody. And if we can do that, shit, yeah. But yeah, I definitely want to do it in yeah, man, that's the plan. So the reason why I haven't said anything to anybody is because my foundation has been real rocky, and it's like I don't want to sit here and promise something that I'm not even for sure if I can deliver on my own. And for that is why I've been kind of tight-lipped, just to see how I was going to fare here, within the next, between like last month and this month. And that's really what the idea is. So, but I do want to bring back the Primetime Kings. And when I do, you guys definitely got to come on and, come join us, and do a show with us, because I definitely appreciate you guys having me on. And what's up, Cash? What's going on, brother?
What's up, bro?
Man, shit, man, we just been waiting on you, man. Yeah, it's good to have you here, man.
It's the late Cash Money, because he's always
had to
late.
take care of some stuff, unfortunately.
That's all right. Just glad to have you.
Whole food.
Just glad to have you here, Cash, and to answer on having us all on. I'll drop whatever I have to do to join you 24. That's no problem.
Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate
of
that.
course,
man.
Thank you. And you always got my back, man. You've been nothing but kind. You've been nothing but gracious to me. You put me on my first show on YouTube, and I always remember that. So, as it goes, you're my king.
Oh, man, thank you, man.
Ask me anytime if I'm available. I'll pop on any stream you have, man.
All right. And actually,
and that's something that Baron and I have also talked about, how his first loyalty should be to you, since you were the one that gave him his first live stream opportunity. So if there's ever anything that comes up, it's like, Baron, go.
Yeah, well,
yeah, you want to get rid of me. That's all.
No.
Well, no, it's not that. I understand.
I know.
It's like me with the Nerdporial Lifeform. I'll always be grateful that he was the first guest on Pop Talk. That's why I do try to reach out to him.
Right.
Well, man. I thank you, man. I appreciate that, Mary. Nah, it's man, I love all y'all, man. Like my brothers, man. And the thing is that give you an example, man. Just coming on, a few days ago, and you know, the way you guys were real receptive, you know, towards me, you know, seeing me in the chat, you know, just makes me think, like, you know what, even though YouTube has been something that, just because a person doesn't make any money off of it, really determines how long somebody's willing to deal with staying on YouTube. Because I'm going to be honest, I don't know anybody that's on here for years and not making any money. So the thing is, why would someone be here for years, not make any money, and still show up to do videos, live streams, show support, and everything else? The only thing that's worth coming back for each and every time is for y'all and the subscribers. It's like the camaraderie, you know, y'all being my brothers. You know, I love to show up with y'all. And then everybody that's in the chat, man, you know, man, I got so much love for everybody, man. And it's like, you know, like everybody that's in your chat, you know, and, you know, like we all have somewhat a lot of the same subscribers, you know, and we all have a lot of the same supporters. And you know what? I'm very thankful for every last one of y'all, man. You know, it's like it's a great support system, man, of friends. And it's like, that's something that all the years of showing up to you, you know, on YouTube and not getting paid for none of it, that's one thing that even that money that you've never gotten, that, you know, nothing, like for all the shit that you never got paid for, the people that you meet along the way makes up for all that shit, man. But, you know, but you'd wish you know, you love this shit. Like if I can do YouTube and it could pay me like a job, that'd be the biggest blessing. That'd be the greatest thing that could fucking happen for me. You know, but sometimes people got to work harder than others. Like I was telling y'all, you know, everybody's journey is not the same, you know, but the thing is, it's what makes it worthwhile and to stay with it is all the great people that you meet along the way. Meeting y'all, everybody in the chat, you guys are the only reason why I would fucking come back to YouTube, because there was a lot of reasons to walk away.
It's those folks who consistently come by, no matter what time you're streaming, no matter what time you upload the video, that are constantly there through thick and through thin, that matter.
That's right.
Even if it is DJ Ronnie G.
No,
you still. I had to get him back for his little statement there.
I know, but you know, it's important to have DJ Ronnie G stop by. It's important to have Pop Culture Mechanics stop by.
Right.
It's important to have Low Spec stop by, Phil stop by. You know, Lady Mist, she stops by. She's a great supporter of the channel.
I love Lady Mist, man. Shit. You know, and it's crazy because everybody that's in your chat right now, these are all the same people that no matter what live stream I go to, these are all the same people that are there supporting all their favorite content creators. You know what I'm saying? So when I sit there and I see them, dude, like Jason and everybody else, man, like DJ Ronnie G, I see DJ Ronnie G all over the place, man. But the thing is, he got so much love and respect for, you know, for everybody, and everybody has that same love and respect for him. And what goes for him goes for everybody else, man. And it's like it's a community. Look, dude, I would die on the hill of this community. Why? Because I've never seen a community out there like these people that are here, man. And I mean, these are just a few, but there's so many more. But everybody is just so loving and caring and understanding when it comes down to it. The only thing I would say that I've seen that's been a little hurtful is how sometimes I've seen some people in the community like fall out, you know what I'm saying? And that'd be the thing that but you know, it's what can you say, man? It's like everybody just, you know, don't always get along, man. But you know, you know, not to be all kumbaya, but you know, you see a lot of great people who who at
you
one
see a lot.
point,
You see a lot of great people out here who are doing their thing, doing what they can for their channels, doing what they can for other channels, and then unfortunately, something happens
right,
behind the scenes that creates division. And unfortunately, those same creators who used to work together no longer work together because of
Right.
whatever issues they're having behind the scenes that they're unable to work out for whatever reason.
right, and that's the biggest, I guess that's the biggest heartache that I see when it comes to the fandom is, how things can break up, man. But
Yeah.
it happens, man. And with all families, there's sometimes, there's people clash, man. And you understand it, and again, just like you said, there's a lot of things that happen behind the scenes, and it happens in the back rooms of a lot of these live streams and shows, man, where after a show or before a show, everybody's huddled up talking, and boom, secrets are said and things are talked about or whatever, and and then sometimes those situations take a life of their own, man, and and it ends up hurting a lot of things down the line, man. And yeah, man, just hate to see it, man, because together, man, collectively, we're a good group of people, man. And
Yeah.
I just would like to see everybody be cool, which would be the nice thing. But
Right.
you can't you can't police everything, man, and you can't there's things that are going to happen that no one can fix, and you just got to learn how to maneuver around that, and
Right.
but yeah, other than that, man, I just fucking love being here, man.
Yeah, it's a great place. I mean, we do meet great people, great genuine people like yourself, and of course, Cash and Mike and DJ. You're wrong. Jace.
Hmm.
A lot of people that's in the chat. Some people who aren't yet in here, but you never know why. Lady Mist. I mean, she's extremely genuine. Pops. He's extremely genuine. I mean, the list goes on and on.
Right.
And I'm glad that I'm circling around that group. Unfortunately, I have experienced some out there that have been pathetic and petty. But again, we don't talk about that on air. That's the backroom talk. That's when the show's over. Usually, it's like if we could stream this. Oh my God, you want drama? We got drama.
Right.
I mean, I've even told Baron and Cash, don't bring your drama to my doorstep. That's all I ask.
Yeah.
So I bring my obnoxiousness.
No, I'm sitting here.
Yeah, I mean, some people even when we had open panels, like it seems like it's a good idea, and it's fine for a while, and then all of a sudden it's like, dude, what the hell?
Yeah.
Oh, what's going on here? Why is this happening? Like, this is ridiculous. Or my favorite one, 24/7 is was you get somebody on there, it's like, or two people, and it's like, dude, why are you guys here? Like, this is, you don't want to talk about the topic, you just want to be a bunch of goofballs, and it's like, you're not adding anything. Like, don't want to be mean or anything, but dude, why are you guys here? This is not the topic. So I would say on Pop Talk and some other places, like, we haven't had experienced too much, but there's been some, and it's like people being petty and this and that, or somebody not taking a joke or whatever. It's like, come on, man. So it's those things can be a pain in the butt, but other times have great conversations with other people, which is nice. Yeah.
I mean, one of the things I, of course, unfortunately, didn't get to catch all too often because we were doing Pop Talk on Wednesdays as well. But when you would be on with Stone Loki doing the comic book roundtable,
Mhm.
I would catch the replays and see how much fun you guys were talking about the different comics and of course, doing that with the late Klobby and how fun that must have been for you guys.
Yeah, man. That's yeah, I miss Klobby, man. Matter of fact, I found out that they did like a remembrance for him the other day.
Mhm.
I didn't know that. But yeah, I mean, I miss Klobby, man. It's crazy because a lot has changed since he's been gone. And the thing is just trying to hold on to to what we have, while we have it. And it's and appreciating
Mm-hmm.
Each other and our company, each other's wisdom, jokes, going through the good times, bad times, trying to grow together as individuals and as channels, and trying to the whole thing is just trying to make something that you love and dream about, make something of it and have something for yourself, and
Mm-hmm.
for a lot of us, we don't have shit, man. We have our families, our kids, our friends, you know uh some of us have jobs, some of us don't, working part-time, or trying to find some means of keeping themselves afloat. We have what we have, and we try to cherish, make the most out of our lives, with those things. And you know I man, I tell you, man, I know that the good thing about it all is that through the good times and the bad times, it's all about what we make with our time together.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's all about, man. Because things, none of us are promised tomorrow, but man, right now, at this very moment, man, we are who we are. We're standing on our own. We're trying to make the best out of our situation. You know, whether it's good or bad or something in the middle. And at the same time, try to show love and be there, for our families and our friends, and, and for one another. And that's what it's all about, man. And while you do it, try to make money, and pursue, some, whatever goals you got in the midst of it all. And,
Mm-hmm.
try to live your dreams, man, and make something of it. And that's, and I think that's what we're all here for, to some degree or another.
To leave something behind, not just for our families, but leave something behind that shows that we were here.
Right.
And by doing YouTube, we all leave something behind to show that we were here.
Right. Yeah, yeah, you're right, man. So I'm just sorry, I don't mean to get all, but yeah,
No,
man, this is
you're
this is
fine.
what it's all about, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's what it's all about, man. It's, us being here together, enjoying each other's company, having a good time, whether we shooting the shit or talking about something serious or something in the middle, and just enjoying the ride, man. You know, and hopefully this ride will take us somewhere together. And shit, I know, if one of us makes it, man, we all make it, man.
Mm-hmm.
So, I know, man, if I could ever do something with this, man, I'm definitely, I'm bringing y'all. I'm taking folks with me, man. If I could ever fucking make it, man. Fuck yeah, man.
That'll be a wild ride, but I'm willing to take it.
Oh yeah, man. Of course,
I'm
man.
willing to go on that journey.
Yeah, me too.
So
Cash, are you awake?
You know, Cash. You know, Cash.
Yeah,
So,
I know, Cash.
no,
Maybe.
how have things been going in your area for you? 24.
You mean just like
Just in general, you know, how things have been going as far as the community is concerned, the weather, you know, living.
Well, I mean,
in
out here, man, it's shit. Out here in Houston, man, you know, it's been like in the 90s, been very humid out here, man. It's been raining a lot, like in the last 2 weeks. The weather's been pretty wild. And you know, it rained yesterday, and there's been some flood and everything. And you know, hell, besides that, I'm not gonna lie, man. I mean, things are looking a little funny. Like community wise, shit, with the what would you call it? Civil unrest, if that's a term to use.
That's a good term to use.
You
With
know,
everything going on.
Yeah, it's some things happening, man. Like even here in Texas, Dallas, Austin, San Antonio. I'm waiting to see what happens here in Houston. And there's been protests, but it's been quiet. It ain't been no one doing anything crazy. The craziness has been like in Austin, Dallas, and San Antonio. They've been like starting to get physical, and that's concerning, man. Looking at what's popping off around the world, knowing these people are paid to do this shit. Fuckers are showing up in vans, you know, and you know, with picket signs and all this stuff, passing them out to people. You know, you could tell it's not you could tell it's not what's the word for it? It's not organic.
It's not
there
organic.
you go. It's not organic. So it's like, you know, and then we just saw what happened to New York yesterday. Chicago, Florida is ready to, I don't know. I seen what happened what the cops are saying in Florida. I thought that was pretty wild. They were like, look, man, y'all pull anything like that out here, we're just gonna kill y'all. That's what they were saying in Florida. We were like, wow, I wish everybody else would fucking, you know, not to the point where I want to see people die, but damn, man, don't let your whole city fucking run over y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the thing, man. You know, once you don't respect the cops and law enforcement, man, it's basically, you know, that's basically when, you know, when the animals just took over the zoo at that point, man. So it's like, well, you know, what are you doing? It's like, actually, this is the first time look, we've seen riots. We've seen a lot of stuff on news. I don't think we've ever seen anything like this. Not this coordinated, like this, not this, and not to the degree where it's not just like a couple of hundred people. When you look at how deep it's been, it looks like it's a parade. Like the way they would actually have a real parade. It's that many people, but in protest, and the way it's just popping up everywhere, and it's deep. That's the whole thing. To see it with that many people popping up everywhere at once.
Yeah, well,
it just makes you think, man. It's like, what's really happening?
California is ground zero, and then it just spread like a virus. And that's what happens. And then there's people who are obviously paid, and this is coordinated, as you said. And of course, there's other people that just want to cause problems. And what's really funny as well, you get people who want to loot stores. Like, oh, I'm sending a message. They loot the Apple store, and then those phones don't even work for them. Like, they're just stupid. They also do it. They also, if you're gonna loot, like, probably not the best thing to ever. But none of this helps. And then what happens? I haven't seen anything even in California that I know that businesses burn down, but like this looting and this stuff. If these stores do get destroyed, then they take their business somewhere else. And then the people in the community are like, why do we have this anymore? Well, think about it. Think about it for a second. Why don't we have this anymore? And this of course happened in places like San Francisco. We keep trashing the store and the community, and now we don't have this anymore because they don't want to be here anymore. And it's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, it's just how does that send a message? And then blocking streets and stuff, let's do that again, or marching around. There should be a good reason to march for something, and so let's cause problems again. Oh, hey, let's pick up some concrete and throw it at police officers. That'll help, and rocks.
Oh,
Yeah.
especially when they bring the bricks in on pallets for them. So
Yes.
prepared. I mean,
Yeah.
oh my, what are you planning there, Mr. Protester?
I mean, what's really also interesting is the Mexican president said, "I'm tired of seeing a bunch of Mexican flags in the United States." As she talked about that recently, I'm like, wow, that's it's just. And a lot of Hispanics and other people are like, why don't we see more American flags? So people are just it's fatigue, man. This is what it comes down to. A lot of this stuff is fatigue. People are tired of being pushed around. People are tired of this. I mean, I thought it was funny. What was it, last week, or at least last week? You see somebody on the freeway directing traffic, one of the protesters. Like, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous, man. And everybody has a right to get out of their car and say, dude, you don't have the right at all to block streets or block the freeway. That's dangerous, like, very dangerous. So unfortunately, it's just another case of this starting here. And it's like, this is part of this. It's like, no, it isn't, idiots. So why? But we're mad. We're this. We're that. We don't want to look into the research and the facts of this. No, let's just get mad and trash places, and then, after we trash the city, wait, some of these businesses may want to leave. What are we going to do? Oh, then let's get annoyed and complain about having to drive longer, yet we had this nice store. It's just, it's a clown show, man.
In some cases, Cash,
Yeah.
some of those businesses get burned down, and
Yes.
even insurance can't cover
Right.
the cost of rebuilding.
Yep. They said
Our
that.
won't.
Yeah, no. They said that jewelry store, he lost like his whole business basically, and he's an immigrant. Like he's an actual citizen here, but he's not white. He's not this. He's from another country who came here, got his citizenship, and then it's like, well, I don't know if the insurance money covers, but he may just be like, the hell with this. I'm going somewhere else. So, and I can't blame him.
Well, like all the black-owned businesses that were burned down during BLM here in Minneapolis.
Yeah, exactly. All
it's
of
like
them.
You're supposedly you're hurting the people you're supposedly trying to help.
That's right.
Yeah.
And Lady Miss brings up a good point. It seems like stuff does pop up every 10 to 20 years.
Yep. She's absolutely right.
I don't know, man. It's there's a lot of coordinated things going on. Before this was Tesla.
Yep.
I don't know. It's like I don't know. It's like with everything from like, I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna be honest, man. I would have to say in the last year or two, I think we've seen some stuff that we really wouldn't have seen or haven't seen in over a half a century or so. Like trying to assassinate the pres. That there's all this stuff. Dude, just I don't know, man. It just seems like one bad thing after another, and it's not small stuff.
No.
And
it's always on a larger scale.
Yeah, and I mean, just think out of all that stuff, and just think about all the things that just keep happening, man. And it's like now we're here, and it just like I can't, dude. I have to say, man, since like 2020, it's like It's just been little stuff, but now it's like it's getting big, man. And it's like it looks like I could honestly say, man, I mean, I could probably look and say probably people are looking at it from around the world and just kind of looking at America at this point and looking like, wow, these guys are looking like they're probably like, looks like we're imploding, dude. Like we're, it's like we're
Looks
like
we're on the verge of
ready
collapse.
to bust.
Right. Because we allowed the inmates to run the asylum.
Can barely hear you, brother.
Oh, I said because we let the inmates run the asylum.
Right.
I mean, that's what it is.
You got it, low spec. That's the
right.
It's just more stupidity and more nonsense and more this, and it's just like all these protests lately. Like, what are they doing to help anything? You know, they don't want to. They say they want to be peaceful, then they yell and scream, say, "Well, we try to be peaceful, and we can't anymore." It's like, Well, it's so dumb. Yeah.
Well, the ones that are screaming "No King's Days," I bet, are the same ones that get their panties all wet over the royal family in England and Meghan Markle and her little cuck boy, Harry.
I wouldn't be surprised, dude.
It's like, oh, that's so great, but no king. I mean, it's like we want a king, but they want a king, but this is not the king they want, and he's not even proclaiming himself a king. It's just part of the litany of epithets they've been throwing at him that have not stuck. And this is their latest attempt, and it's not sticking again. Why? Because we're not idiots, and they still think we are.
Right.
I know 24's not an idiot. I know Mike's not an idiot. I know you're not an idiot, Cash. I know that our people in the chat aren't idiots, even if they aren't citing who's in the White House or not. But
exactly.
It's obvious that there's a bad element out there that's trying to disrupt this nation as much as possible. You know, it's always interesting seeing the guy who slept with Chinese spies trying to drop the taco thing on the president, which has failed greatly. They trying to do this taco thing is failing. Why? Because these things are working. Britain is about to finish up with the United States on the tariff issue. China has been capitulating. That's not taco. It's called the art of negotiation.
Yep. I agree. Pop culture. It's just, and it can happen anywhere. It really can. And so
at any time, at any place.
I think, you know, that's why I don't like seeing stuff like how close the my own governor is to Xi because of the CCP. I don't like seeing.
He should be arrested. I'm gonna come out and say that right now. He should be arrested.
Yes, he should be at least removed as governor. Like, you can't allow this stuff to happen. And so then their backs are against the wall. Then they have to put in a curfew. It's just there's no excuses for any of this stuff. I don't care what side of it, but it's very interesting that I find out that it seems to me, and I only say seems, but I mean, this can happen anywhere, obviously. It doesn't matter red state, blue state, but it seems like these things just escalate a lot in these blue states, but it also depends who runs them. I knew Newsom was a problem, and I just keep seeing the pattern with him. You know, I want to believe the last governor of California, who was governor before, wouldn't allow this to happen, but I don't know. I would hope
say this, Cash, but Jerry Brown would have let this happen.
I have to side with Mike on that one. Just the history of Jerry Brown being who he is.
I don't think even Arnold would allow this to happen. And the biggest problem with Arnold is he was actually terminated.
It depends. Are we getting the Arnold that started
exactly
his term, or are we getting Arnold near the end of his term?
Right.
Well, remember, he was just on weeping, crying hypocrite Jimmy Kimmel. And his big concern about this whole thing, is that it's going to hurt tourism. If that's what is your big concern, there is something fucking wrong with you.
Yes. Agreed.
And I am rooting, I'm sorry, Cash, but I'm rooting
Mm-hmm.
for the soccer championship to be moved. I don't like soccer
Mm-hmm.
anyway, so what the hell?
I don't.
And I'm hoping the Olympics sit back and say,
the
yeah, no, we don't want to,
I mean,
you can't guarantee our safety. And this is showing that. You
right,
cannot control
exactly.
safety.
Right.
But it's mostly peaceful. It's only in a small area. Who
Yeah, no,
the
they
hell
don't.
cares? It's going on.
If you want to do these stupid things in the state, especially in downtown Los Angeles, then no, you don't deserve the World Cup or the Olympics. I mean, we already saw the craziness that was going on in the last Olympics in Paris. It was ridiculous, some of the things.
Oh, God, that was a mess. A lot of apologies had to be done there. A lot of them.
Oh, yes.
And
Oh, man.
2020 wasn't fun either. I mean, I felt bad for Japan. Like, they had to deal with some of the knuckleheads and from the United States.
Remember, they had to cancel the 2020 Olympics and move them to 2021. And
that's right.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you guys heard, but the thing that happened in 2020, with lockdowns and everything else, that same thing is happening all over again. And it's springing up just as bad as it did the first time. The crazy part about it, nobody's talking about it. And I have a friend that's in Korea right now, and just confirmed that everybody's masking up again, and the whole thing is coming back. They don't know what kind of force it's coming back, but something's happening.
I think the red flags and arrows point.
And the thing is, there's a lot of people dying over there right now. A lot of people getting very sick. So it's happening all over again. I'm not sure what's going to happen, if it's going to be contained, but there's something brewing over there with that. And when from what I heard from one of my friends, because I was like, yo, I heard this is happening. And he was like, yeah, there's a lot of people getting sick, a lot of people being masked up. This thing is starting to catch like wildfire all over again out here. And I was like, oh boy. And the thing is, nobody's talking about it. So just, since we talking about it and just this guys got to be, mindful that just because, it's not in sight and nobody's reporting on it doesn't mean that on the other side of the world, this thing is not going crazy. And just because of how bad it went the first time, they're trying to keep it under wraps or whatever, but it's happening right now. So
okay, well, what I suggest for everybody who's curious about this, go to Arirang News. They're the South Korea news agency.
And actually, it was an Asian news company that was reporting on it. Like, hey, nobody's talking about this, but we're gonna tell y'all this is what's happening. The numbers are fucking going crazy, blah blah blah, and so they're trying to suppress it out there. That's what I guess that's the best thing I can say, man, about that. That's to put in better terms.
Yeah, well, I mean, we obviously, I don't think, especially after what happened a few years ago, I don't think COVID is ever going to be gone, even from America, but we'll get better in containing it even more. It's just it's not that people don't have to take the vaccines and stuff, but it's just there were so many lies around that. And even YouTube, of all things, before was suppressing things. Not just YouTube, but other places. Yeah. They didn't want people talking about this. It was ridiculous. Because then they'll get more people to listen. And even if people have theories and this and that, I mean, they were even squashing articles from John Hopkins that were like, no, wait a second here. So yeah, that's horrible.
Yeah. So, just to, and the thing is, the way people travel, that's how it, that's how I came all the way out here the first time. It's people just going back and forth. So the fact that, that open travel is what is where it all, comes back and forth, man. It's just a matter of time, dude. And the
You
thing
don't
is,
have to be in the epicenter of where the whole thing originated, because, like you said, people are able to travel and travel on planes, trains, automobiles.
right.
Then it can spread to other areas of
Right.
that particular country, the world.
Oh yeah.
And the thing is, along with travel, it's everybody touches on everything. That's it's just whatever, man. It's just yeah, man. I mean, it's what it is, man. But it's like, okay, so what happens if this thing makes its second go around out this way? Then what? It's like, well,
No, it's good to be mindful of stuff.
Yeah, there
More
you
people need to be.
Good to be mindful. There you go, brother. Yeah.
It's good to be mindful. Good to know your surroundings. And
well, as Thomas Jefferson said, be ever vigilant. And that's what we need to be. And a lot of people are not vigilant. They're just walking through life like a zombie. They're facing a phone.
Yes.
Detached from society. They're detached from their fellow human beings. And that's a sad thing. And that's what this technology, that's what the Kufadoof did, because people started relying on that more. Of course, this AI isn't helping. Now you're getting companionship through that instead of fellow human beings for many reasons. It's a hard thing. And of course, if this is a variation off of the Kufadoof, I think we know exactly where we can point the arrows. This is red flag time. The Wuhan lab had another quote unquote accident. Accidentally let it loose, which we know is all BS. I call it biological warfare. I do.
And Barrett,
disgusting.
I'm going to go ahead and post that link. You don't have to ask permission to post a link in there. You're a co-host.
Oh, well, I just wanted to. I know I'm a co-host, but still, it's I like to be, unlike Cash, courteous.
Right. Okay, Baron. Sure. Hilarious. Hilarious, buddy.
And while we have a quick break here, and we were talking about Klobby, and we have Anna Moss here, I think we should honor them both with this.
Anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
Yeah, man.
Certainly a lot of interesting things are happening in the world. Of course, again, with Klobby, he was a great guy. I love watching his Saturday night Star Trek. And Anonymous telling us the story of what happened one day when he stopped by Klobby's channel, and Klobby acknowledged him in the chat and started going, Anonymous, do 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 do. And then Anonymous tells me about that story, and then I think, what can I do? Well, I'll take the clip of Anonymous, but I'll dub over where it says Phenomena with my own voice saying Anonymous. And that's how that clip began. All thanks to Klobby. And Anonymous says it's a Father's Day miracle. I know. We haven't played that in a long time. Anonymous. But 24, I know you've been keeping up with what's happening in pop culture and entertainment, and I was wondering if there was anything that you were looking forward to.
You know, there's a lot of things I've been looking at. Any of y'all gamers like really play games? I'm not talking like really into playing video games. I am.
I am.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
Okay, and you played the Friday the 13th video game?
I have not played
I
that
know
game.
of it.
Well, you know they have that Jason Universe thing, right? This, I mean, I don't know. This is if you're a Friday the 13th fan. I am. So, well, you know, if you've heard of the Jason Universe, you know, there was been, you know, that came out last year where a lot of people had like a misconception about what that really was. People thought it was going to be like a Jason shared universe kind of thing when it first dropped. I know I dropped a video on it and I was like, well, what the fuck what's Jason Universe? Because it was never explained. But what it is, come to find out, that it's just a website that basically sells merch, you know, and is going to give you updates on what's going on in the Friday the 13th franchise. That's all it is. You know, but the way it came out, thought it was going to be more than that, and it wasn't. So come to find out, that's what it is. Then last week, about a week and a half ago, they dropped the new concept art on what Jason's supposed to look like now that all the Friday the 13th drama, lawsuits and everything's been cleared up. Now they're moving forward with whatever's going to happen with the Friday the 13th franchise. So they came out with the conceptual, you know, concept art about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, and a lot of people kind of bombed on it. I don't know if you guys seen that.
No, like, I'll go ahead and do a search for it, see if I can bring it up.
Yeah, go ahead and pull it up, man.
Yeah, because I know the game ran into a lot of problems, and I know some people who had played the game and the content, and there was some other problems, and then there was like some people who the modding thing, and then that didn't work anymore. I had a friend who was all into that, and so
man, that game was awesome, dude. There's
a lot of potential there.
Well, man, that game was awesome. You know, it's funny because I tried to play it the other day, and they did away with the servers for the game. So basically, the game is playable on the Xbox, but you can't play, like it's a multiplayer game. Like you're supposed to play, you know, with people.
Yes.
It doesn't play like that no more, and you're just playing with a bunch of bots like AI or whatever, and they're running around. Now, the only problem is you can only play as Jason. See, it was fun playing as one of the counselors, trying to run away from them or trying to beat them.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah,
and you can't play as the counselors anymore. The only thing the way they have it is you can only play with Jason, and whatever missions that you can do as him is what they allow you to do, and you're chasing down different characters from that they created for the game. And actually a lot of characters like the counselors and different people were actually different characters from all the movies. So, you know, they'd have you know, these like, you know, kill, you know, make sure that you kill like 4 out of 5 people, and you win the little matchup or whatever. And you know, it was actually very good. You know, people had a lot of fun playing that, and like the achievements were cool. They put all the different masks, variations of Jason. So like that game celebrated everything Friday the 13th was about. And about it had to be about maybe 2 weeks ago, Jason Universe announced that the company that owns the Friday the 13th video game. See, the reason why they stopped the video game and everything altogether was primarily because of the lawsuit that was going on. And because of the lawsuit, the video game was ordered to like shut down until they had their, their day in court and all that stuff got settled. And 2 weeks ago, they popped up with the news that the company that did the Friday the 13th game is now the official video game company for the franchise.
It's a mess.
Which means that there's a possibility that they can bring the game back to life.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure.
Or they can just, on this new universe shit that they're trying to create with this new Friday the 13th series or whatever, they can go ahead and just basically start over with another game.
Yeah. Well, they worked on the Texas Chainsaw Massacre game too.
Did.
So
Yep.
Same company. Yep. And some people had some fun with that. I don't know. They then characters become overpowered and other stuff. Like you got to balance it out. And it looked like before when it was, I think people were yelling at each other and stuff over the mic. It was pretty funny. Here's Jason, throw yourself out the window and so on. I remember somebody I know who, this woman, she like got all mad because she kept getting killed by my friend who was playing Jason. She got so mad. It was so ridiculous. She was so butthurt by it. It was funny. But yeah, that game can be was really crazy and stuff. And
and the other thing that I'm seeing coming up in the search results so far is news from last year about Jason Universe announcing the multi-platform expansion for the Friday the 13th universe. And
that was, but like I said, like if you look up let's say Friday the 13th news,
okay,
then you'll see that whole thing about the video game. And I mean, they even started adding actors to the actual show. And if I'm not mistaken, they got what's her name to go play Pamela Voorhees. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's the chick that played Velma on the Scooby-Doo movie. The first Scooby-Doo movie.
Mm-hmm.
She was, I'm sorry, ladies, but she was fine as fuck. She was, but yeah, man.
Yeah, Linda Cardellini.
Yeah.
She was the first Velma.
Yeah, and she's gonna play Pamela Voorhees in the new Friday 13th show, if I'm not mistaken. So I think that's pretty interesting, man.
Yeah, I've got this from NBC. I'll just go ahead and share it here. Share screen.
Yeah, man. Jason, they're trying to bring Jason back, man. Oh, shit. I hope you don't have. I hope you don't have purple hair and shit. The fuck.
Oh, please God, no! Please God, no! We don't need that.
Oh, woke Jason. Wouldn't that be some shit?
Oh boy.
No, they could. I mean, look what they did to things like Chucky.
So this was just posted on Friday the 13th. How appropriate. And it says Friday the 13th has arrived once again, and Peacock is celebrating by announcing the rest of its main cast for the upcoming Friday the 13th expanded prequel series, Crystal Lake.
Yeah.
The new cast members join Linda Cardellini. I said it wrong the first time, but Freaks and Geeks ER, who will play Jason Voorhees' mother, and the original Friday the 13th killer, Pamela Voorhees. So let's take a closer look at the rest of the stars. First, there she is. It says the main star of the series will be TV and film veteran Cardellini, and she will, of course, play Jason Voorhees' mother, Pamela Voorhees. As horror fans know, Pamela is the killer in the first film and mother of eventual horror legend Jason. In addition to her, it will also be shown in March, so I'm guessing March next year. The upcoming series set at the titular lake and presumably the summer camp on its shores will include William Catlett as Levon Brooks, Devin Kessler as Brianna Brooks. We have Cameron Scoggins as Dorf, and newcomer Gwendolyn Sunstorm as Grace. Since very little is known right now about the characters in the story or even what the story will be, but given that Crystal Lake is billed as a prequel to the Friday the 13th films, Cardellini is playing a younger Pam Voorhees. We can expect these characters to encounter some early darkness around the lake and perhaps even play a role in the origin story of Jason.
Hey, Jason, you want to go to a parade? Fuck you.
You like, watch.
Oh my gosh!
And
But,
it says who's behind the scenes on Crystal Lake. It says Crystal Lake was created by showrunner, writer, and executive producer Brad Caleb Kane. Welcome to Derry, who joins A24 and original Friday the 13th writer Victor Miller in bringing the story to the screen. The first 8 episodes of Crystal Lake will be directed by Michael Lennox and Celine Held and Logan George and Quyen Tran. Again, we still don't know the details of the series plot, but we know there's a lot of talent working behind the scenes to bring it to us soon.
You know,
and look, pay for another streaming service or have Spectrum or something.
You know, the bad part about this was they had a writer before this dude. It's the guy that you just mentioned on the paragraph that you just came off of. What's his name? Brad Caleb
Kane.
Yeah, he's the writer. Yeah. Now they brought him in after there's if I'm not mistaken, it's the guy that wrote the Hannibal television show. And dude was a pretty cold writer, man. And they said the shit that he had written for this Friday the 13th show was some unbelievable shit, and something happened where he had a falling out. Sure. And that's why they had to bring this Brad Caleb Kane in and then, you know, bring Victor Miller in, you know, again, because Victor Miller didn't have nothing to do with the original script for the show. And I mean, if you look back on the history of this Crystal Lake show, you're gonna see the dude that they fired, and when he left, the people that were left behind that read the script were telling everybody, like, man, they just got rid of this, you know, he's actually a damn good writer. He wrote a lot of great shit, and for them to have lost him, this guy is not even on the caliber of the guy they just lost. So, and they said that the script was so fucking good that so we're getting basically like, we're getting like what they call it, second pickings of.
It's fine, yeah.
The new guy that came in to replace the guy that he can't even hold a candle to, you know, that kind of shit.
So we're basically getting the discount version of the guy that previously left.
Right.
Do you think a lot of people want this 24? That they want this prequel series on a streaming service? They're thinking on, you know.
Well, you know, to be honest, this is what's going to happen, and think about everything that we know of Pamela Voorhees, right? Because this is going to basically be her story, and let's just put it like this: this is going to be Pamela Voorhees' story, and everything that we know of her is what we know of the first movie, and then everything we see afterwards is in retelling. Like in number 2, they had like the little recap at the beginning of the movie, and then showed her getting her hair, her head cut or whatever. And then from there, the only thing you see is a sweater with the head on it that's tucked away in the back of his little house or whatever the fuck, that kind of shit. And that's all you see until Freddy versus Jason, when the original actors reprised the role. We already know about that. We thought that was pretty fucking awesome because she sounded exactly the same. She just looked older. So it was like, oh shit. So that's all we've gotten of Pamela Voorhees. What this show is going to do is, I guess, add or explain why she was the way she was when we saw her in the first movie. But the problem is it going to retcon anything that we know of her from the first movie? Is it going to add on something that's going to enhance what we know of the first movie? And that's where a lot of these prequels, that's where it all fucks up at, because something becomes contradictory. Something contradicts.
Right.
And because now with this origin story, basically is what is going to be of Pamela Voorhees, you're going to have the writers and everybody interpreting their version of how they think it should go, instead of getting it from the source. And I guess that's probably where Victor Miller comes in at. But even with Victor Miller, which is the original rights holder of Friday the 13th, and with him, actually, if I'm not mistaken, he wrote the first script as well for the first movie. He probably knows who Pamela Voorhees is better than anybody else if he wrote the script and he created the character. But my whole thing is his storytelling even better than the guy that they just fucking let go last year?
I don't know if he's willing to put in the time and the research.
But what I'm saying is,
the research of it.
But let's say, but as far as like storytelling to today's standards,
right?
Can a 1970 something or 1980 Victor Miller tell a story like the guy they just let go? So even though he's the creator, does he have the chops to of course he can have input on the origin and the upbringing and how this character came to be, but can you relate the story effectively?
Yeah, is the talent still there these 40 years later?
Even to tell it to I guess a modern audience?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, are they willing to? Is this going to connect well? I agree. And so are they going to play their games? Are they going to do check boxes? And the thing is, you go, oh, they won't. You're just looking at it too deeply. No, we've seen this too many times. And so this is my problem with a lot of these horror films. It's like, oh, look, here's blood. Where's the background? Where's building of these characters? So let's do another Halloween movie. Let's do a prequel of this. Let's do that. Okay, that's fine. But how is this going to connect? Because fans, just like any fans, like the ones who are passionate, it's like, are you guys going to respect this of the people who actually built these franchises, watch these franchise people like you, 24, other people? I mean, I watched like Jason in Hell. That was a good movie. Right. I watched that a few years ago. I'm not a big horror person, but that's why even American Horror Story, 1984, respected what was or what should be, I feel, the whole a story around Jason, where you're in a camp and then there's some other kind of bad person and what happens before in the background of this kid and why he turns out like this. And then he's older now and he wants to go and kill these people. And in the show, YouTube, you fucking,
and then it's like, it's like you want, it's like you wonder, it's like, again, it's like, man, for what we've seen for what, a good 45 years already or more, it's like almost close to 50 years is going to be pretty soon.
Yes.
What is this one show going to come in? And then the bad part about it is, what is this show going to come in to show us that we don't know already? And the fact that Victor Miller is putting his 2 cents in it, is he going to retcon his own shit just for the sake of I'm signed to do it. You know how many people that have laid down and I mean, they say that when it comes to canon, the only person that has the right to change canon is the creator.
I think that's fair. Yeah.
But when the canon has been what it's been, the origin of it has been what has been untouched. By look, this thing, we've seen all the movies. This thing has come out in games, comic books.
Yes.
Dude, it's like, if everything else respected this and didn't change the lore of Friday the 13th to fit whatever it was, that Friday the 13th was involved in, in whatever medium, whether it's video game or we're making a video game, so we're just going to change the origin of Jason because, now we're just doing a video game. Nah, even the video games try to stick to exactly how the fuck it all went down.
Right.
Is this show going to do the exact same thing? Is it going to be filmed in the 70s or the 80s? Like, or no, actually, if you think about it, this happened to him back in the 60s. So is it taking place in the 60s, or is this going to be like, oh, this shit just happened yesterday, and now we just got this big mad motherfucker in 2025? This is, are they going to respect the lore? Does Friday the 13th 1 through 10 matter?
Right. Well, these writers come out and
and that's the thing I was thinking about 24. Which movies are going to matter? Which movies are they going to look at and say we're going to completely ignore what happened in this particular movie?
Exactly.
The thing is, chronologically, it should all matter.
It should.
This is where all franchises fuck up, because what they do is when they try to bring up the new iteration of the franchise, they scratch everything that made it great.
Yes.
Just to show this new version of this shit, and every time this new version, for some reason, doesn't meet up or match up to what came before it.
They talk about wanting to progress these stories. It doesn't matter what it is. And then they change things. They checkbox this. Right. They change. It's like these people, they can't understand the old stuff. Like, it's ridiculous. So you just build on it. Add a new character. Add this. Hey, maybe something. But they want to play things safe still. A lot of the industry. That's why they deserve to get mocked to hell usually. But there's some good stuff that surprised you too. But I mean, look at how many Scream movies we've had. Look at how many Halloween
and
films
we're getting another one.
Stuff. Yeah, we are. And I understand if they make money, but we're also bringing back I Know What You Did Last Summer and all this stuff. It's like, I thought it ended fine with part 2. I don't understand. Like, it just connected. Why do we need to bring this back? But they keep doing this. Here's the prequels. Here's a sequel to this. Okay, that's cool. But it's just, it gets to be annoying. And then they say, well, we don't want to retell the story. Okay, I get that to an extent, but, how is this going to connect? How is this, it doesn't matter if it's Batman. It doesn't matter what it is, man. I mean, you go back and you even read the old comics. It's like, why can't some of this stuff come alive that people have done and worked on? Like, it's so funny to me how they continue to leave money on the table for all these different franchises. 24. It doesn't matter if it's gaming. It doesn't matter if it's some popular movie. It doesn't matter what it is. And then these budgets are now bloated, and like, it just goes on and on. They're doing all this stuff to themselves. Even stuff like Megan that Mike thought was pretty cool. And I was like,
first Megan I thought was a cool movie.
Now they want to change
the second
it.
one. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the trailer for the second one.
Right.
It's not.
But you know what? The second one.
Yeah.
The second one. It's. You know what? I've only seen a handful of franchises that, from one movie to the next, completely flipped this shit like Megan. Like, for it to be like a horror robot kind of thing, and then what they're doing now. It's kind of like the Joker in a weird way.
Yeah. Well, they changed it, man. The
I
whole
mean,
thing...
you talk, like something that's like the fundamental of it, from it being the first movie to it being the musical.
Yes,
it's like
it's frustrating, man, because they had something good going here. They really did, and a lot of the fans said, "Yeah, I can see Joker's origin story like this, definitely." And then what they did with it, it's like, no, dude, this is bullshit. This movie is trash. Like, it's legitimately trash.
That's how I look at Megan. I looked at Megan as being the 21st century version of Chucky. That's where it could have gone.
I could have seen some of the premise of this new movie reworked into a new movie, but without
changing what Megan's supposed to always be,
right,
which is
like
a villain.
Megan could come back to still be this thing, and still be as deadly as and everything as she was in the first movie,
right?
But then I guess to have this new robot, I don't know, but why would this new robot, like this new threat or whatever it is, to make this sequel? Because that's the whole reason of why there's a number 2. Because in the world of Megan, something happened. This thing is out to kill, old girl and her family, the creator of Megan or whatever. So, I guess Megan.
Why don't?
No, go ahead.
Oh, why don't they just, maybe something would be cooler? Megan makes a friend who's just like Megan, and then they go on a killing spree, and then you got to stop.
They team up together.
I'm just saying, we've seen that kind of stuff before, and it can work. Instead of saying Megan, it's the same, dude. It's the same thing with the whole thing of the Wicked Witch. This witch is evil. Don't try to make us misunderstood. Don't try to make these villains misunderstood. Like, they're just bad.
But
build them up.
I could also see someone saying, "Well, what about Terminator and Terminator 2: Judgment Day?" And Terminator 1, the T-800 was the villain, and Part 2, he was the hero. But there was a reason why he was.
There was a reason for it, right?
Yep. And I mean, it worked. It's like, but in this one, it just takes a whole different premise. It doesn't feel like it's in the same world.
No.
I guess that's what it is. It doesn't feel like it's in the same world. You have the same characters, but it ain't about the same shit. But it is to a degree, but in a whole different way. And some of it's comedic, some of it looked cool, but some of it was like on some cyberpunk type shit. I don't know. It was weird as fuck. It was just like, looked like some shit I would see in a video game.
And I'll be honest, that was one of the things I was concerned about when they announced that there was going to be a sequel. Was is it going to follow the path of the first one, or is it going to go off the rails? And it looks like the sequel is going off the rails. You have this concept of this killer android who will do anything to protect Katie. Well, why don't you build upon that? Okay, you've got me stuck in this body, but guess what? I'm connected to the internet, so I can interface with other systems and build my own new body.
That's what I thought. I thought that would have been a better thing. Like, like you're trying to stop Megan from, rebuilding herself at the end of the movie. She does, or whatever the fuck, and then gets away, but at the end, she caused all this fucking damage and then escapes, and that's what would cause for a number 3. And then in the number 3, you can fuck around and then have that second that new robot be created to try to take down Megan, and see how that's done on a robot level, but not on a space, this weird cyberpunk, whatever the fuck this thing is. Like, it's like it got futuristic or some shit. It's like, you could do it without putting it, having it in that element.
Yeah.
Still keep it grounded in what made Megan special to begin with. I don't know, man.
No, no, I thought you guys were ignoring me, but for some reason, StreamYard switched my mic.
Oh no.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Great.
He was saying anybody.
Well, I would start saying
Anybody?
something and I'm getting talked over. It's like, are you guys just intentionally ignoring me? As this is my punishment
Yes,
for something I did.
that's
All
right.
three of you are ganging up on me. It's like, no. But the thing is in this age where all the it seems like everybody that's especially in the wokey pokey crowd associate love the villain so much they associate themselves with villains, so they want to make the villain the good guy, not realizing you're still saying a bad guy yourself. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, when you start twisting these things around and look how they've been softening things up with villains and the misunderstood. Oh, I
Ugh,
misunderstood. Now the character's misunderstood. I identify. I don't want to identify with the
no,
villain.
hell
I
no.
love to boo and hiss at the villain. I love to,
Yes.
I love the villain for what it is, the villain. And even if they, especially if they are truly the bad guy, a bad guy who believes that they're doing good, which is the best there is out there, uh, makes them more fanatical.
Yeah.
But that's the plague we have. We need to get back to what we were back saying 1970s writing, writing back then, because people who write today don't know how to write crap.
Well, they
No.
don't.
And
They're
I think we're seeing that people are clamoring for that again,
Well,
especially when you get people
let,
writing
let
like
me
that.
let me bring up this article that I did find for today's
mm,
show because I think that's a good thing to talk about. But this is also a good thing to talk about because it's related. So let me
well.
bring this up.
That's why I wish more people in Hollywood would just come out and say, "Yeah, we're gonna honor the show the way it's supposed to be. If we make mistakes, it's fine, but we can't seem to get that. We have to get this other bullshit. Like I should be really excited about new Superman movie and some of this other stuff coming out, but I go, I have a bad feeling, and just some of the things we read, it's not always the case, but it's annoying.
Well, the thing is, they're too busy coming out in other ways.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. No, it's true, man. I agree. I just
Okay, so I found this article on CBR the other day. And it's by Monica Coleman, and it says Dakota Johnson has never been afraid to speak her mind, and this is what led to her gaining a huge following. The 50 Shades of Grey actress has often been honest about her thoughts on her films and the movie industry as a whole. It says, with her new romance comedy out in theaters, Materialist, where she co stars with two other superhero stars, MCU's Chris Evans and Pedro Pascal,
Oh
Johnson
God.
is opening up about her thoughts on the industry again. The Madam Web star previously called out the industry for following algorithms to create art. During a new appearance on First We Feast, Hot Ones, Johnson also weighed in on studios remaking and rebooting the same themes.
she's right about that.
Wow.
It says around the 11-minute mark, show host Sean Evans asked the actress her opinion on why Hollywood fears taking risks with original projects. It's hard when creative decisions are made by people who don't even really watch movies or know anything about them. We've seen that, haven't we?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Telling actors don't look at the source material, don't care about that. That's crazy to me. Like, come on.
I think it's hard when creative decisions are made by a committee, Johnson shared. She continued, and it's hard when creative decisions are made by people who don't even really watch movies or know anything about them. And
Mm-hmm.
that tends to be what's occurring. She also goes on to say the actress further highlighted Hollywood's preference for reboots, revivals, and remakes. And I think also when something does well, studios want to keep that going, so they remake the same thing, but humans don't want that. They want fresh. They want to feel new things, experience new things, see new things. So I don't know. I guess it's all just a bit of a mess right now, isn't it?
Yep.
Johnson shared the same thoughts in early March 2024 when her first superhero film, Sony Pictures' Madam Web, bombed at the box office. The film was part of Sony's Spider Man universe and received some of the poorest scores in the franchise. Besides not making enough money, she told Bustle at the time, unfortunately, I'm not surprised that this has gone down the way it has. In these big movies that get made, decisions are being made by committees, and art does not do well when it's made by committees. You cannot make art based on numbers and algorithms, Johnson explained at the time. My feeling has been for a long time that audiences are extremely smart, and executives have started to believe that they're not. Audiences will always be able to sniff out bullshit. Even if films start to be made with AI, humans aren't going to fucking want to see those. I'm quoting her exactly.
I know, I know. While you were taking breaths here, my apologies for the interrupting, but I gotta go play taxi service now. So
All right, bro.
I do believe you'll probably be still on because I know how great of a talker 24 is with all the information he has. So if you're still online, when I get back, I will rejoin you. If not, I love you guys in the chat. You're wonderful and you're great. 24, I love you, man.
I love
You're
you
the
too, brother.
greatest. And of course, Mike and Cash, I like you. No, I love you
No,
guys.
we'll still be going, Barrett. We'll still be
I'm
going.
Yeah.
sure you will,
I
but
think we will
just
be.
in case. I mean, you never know what might happen. I might be eaten by a dinosaur. A meteorite might hit me. I
Right.
might be abducted by aliens.
Mm.
You never know. Just in case something like that happens, I'm not back. So, but I do intend to be back. So,
Yeah.
I hope to see you all later. Again, love
All
you
right.
24, and anytime you need, you got my number. You got my connections. So,
All right. Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro.
you
I
got it.
appreciate
So toodles. Oh, I'm not going to hit the end stream. I'm not going to be like.
Don't, don't.
No. I'm not going to be like. Prismatics.
Oh yeah. Oh
Okay, I'm on my
yes.
way out.
that. So I need to grab a water. I'll be right back.
All right, all right. So, Cash,
Mhm.
what do you think about what Dakota Johnson had to say?
She's
I think
right.
she's right.
I think some people in Hollywood. I mean, you sit them down. It's the same thing. It's like, dude, this is why like interviews and all this other stuff. It's just it goes to it goes in the wrong direction because when you sit there and you just you're afraid to ask questions. It's like CBR actually. Okay, you guys can do good work. I bring that up because they're part of the problem too. A big part of the problem is the media, the way they push these movies, the way they push this entertainment, and the fans go no, because the audience can smell bullshit. So yeah, it's good that she acknowledges. Yeah, Madam Web was a. Why would we need a background of Madam Web? Like she's just. I feel like she's this old lady who helped Spider-Man. That's it.
That's how she was always depicted in the comics, and that's how she was depicted in
It's
the Spider-Man animated series in the 90s. And
it's just funny to me, man. But no, it's funny because it's like they just keep missing the point of all this stuff. Like when people tell me, "Oh, that Hawkeye show was so great," it's like, did you read any of the lore and how crazy this whole thing is about how she got like basically sexually assaulted, like, and that's what made her build herself up with Hawkeye and train with Hawkeye. Why didn't they look? They don't even have to show any of it. They can talk about it.
they can
It's
have
just
Kate go up to
yes,
Clint and
yep,
say, "This is what happened to me. This is why I want to train to be as good as you."
that's right. And the show is called Hawkeye. Like, it's all these different examples. The Megan, the revivals, remakes, whatever. Like, did we ever need Andor? Do we need do we need Rogue One? Yes, I liked Rogue One, but I also understand the other argument from other people. Maybe that never needed to happen. That, some things can also just be a mystery, and then they want to spoon feed everything. Oh, open up the mouth. Here comes the airplane or whatever. It's crazy to me. There's certain things, and I understand, like the Metachlorians, there's always an argument about that. There's always going to be arguments about all kinds of things.
There's been an argument about the
Metachlorians
Metachlorians ever since the Phantom Menace came out.
Yes. And that didn't bother me. It didn't bother other people. But I know somebody who I went to college with. He was very bothered by that. I understand. He's like, I wanted just the mystery. Certain things I don't mind them explaining, but they spoon feed people too much, and it starts reminding me of Gangster Squad. I don't know if you ever saw that movie. They just spoon fed people too much. And then there was too much slow motion. That's another thing that Hollywood doesn't understand. And so why don't you ask the fans, what would you guys like? There's no problem doing that. What would you guys like? What would you want us to make? What do you think could make a lot of money? Ask the fans, the people who actually like this stuff.
Or you could be like Mel Brooks and that
yes.
teaser trailer for
Oh my gosh, I couldn't believe that was funny. Spock like that. My brother like that. He said that's hilarious. I said if so, maybe there's a chance there, because you see something like that and you're like, that's the kind of comedy we should always have, making fun of these things, because it's so easy. It's so funny that we've gone so backwards and all this stuff. I mean, I remember even Spock this morning, he was talking to me, as like the censorship. I said, dude, I'm always fighting censorship, man. I find this stuff ridiculous. The male character can look like this and all muscly and have his shirt off, but the woman, she has to cover up now. Like, don't show her legs. Like, what are we doing?
Don't show her boobs.
Yeah, it's so stupid. It's so dumb, man. I read an article the other day about like badass females. I just want to see badass females that were like, yeah, we can work together with the man and we can kick ass. Let's do it. But like, it's just they won't do these things. It's like they want to listen to social media. A lot of these people ask them, what do you guys know about this franchise? I know about some of this new stuff. Well, what about the old stuff? Oh, that's old. I don't like that. Like, you actually get that answer. Like, come on.
Low spec.
That's right.
Oh, wow.
It's just so funny to me, man. Like, even that first Lara Croft movie, even the stuff like Agent Carter and other things down the road, you had these badass females. You look at Xena. It wasn't because she was attractive either. Like, that was just part of it.
Yeah,
she's just an absolute badass.
I'll admit, part of me liking Agent Carter was the fact that Haley Atwell's a very attractive woman.
Yes, but it makes sense that she was like, I'm willing to work with people. I'm not going to put up with shit from these men. I love that crap, dude. It's not crap, excuse me, but it's just it only goes on 2 seasons, and once again, there you go. Oh, you're talking about strong female characters. Well, you had one, and then you turned her into Captain Carter, which is ridiculous.
Yeah,
that's fine. If that's what you want, Lady Vince, that's fine. We all walk away happy. We all get what we want. The guys get the boobs, girls get the naked guys.
It's just,
oh wow,
it's funny. I just they forgot you can even watch like even these comedies. Like, these women were interesting. I remember what was on a while back. Oh, Funny People. Like, all the female characters are quirky and funny and interesting, and so are the male characters. Like, that's what you want. this is the kind of movies and comic book stuff. But even like you watch the Across the Spider-Verse, I'm not saying overall it's a bad movie, but why is this freaking woman who looks like she's about to give birth all the time yelling at Peter? Shut up, bitch. Who gives you a right to yell at Peter for that? Shut up, Peter. Like, I don't know. I just, when you go back and you read the lore, and I've read stuff with Jace before I watch some of this stuff, like, I have a different perspective on it. It's like, why aren't they doing this? Why aren't they doing that? Why aren't they doing this? Like, follow some of this stuff. They had something really good, I feel, with the whole Into the Spider-Verse, with the Kingpin thing. It was badass, and all the different Spider-Men, the Spider People, Spider Pig, and this and all that stuff. It was, but they just missed the point of all this stuff. You even watch like the new Tiny Toons. They missed the point. Where's the joke of this? Where is this? Oh, this is not appropriate anymore. Why are these voices change? Why aren't they? It's just it's frustrating. It's a whole line of things. I wish it was not just one thing. It's just a whole line of everything. So what Dakota Johnson's saying, that there's too many remakes, rehash, revivals,
too many committees
that.
coming up with the stories and saying this is what the people want when the people are saying no, we want something else.
Yeah, I just right. Everything, there's like things that Zack Snyder has done. There's things I don't like that he's done. There's things that Abrams has done in the past. Now I'm just like, dude, what are you doing? Like, I would love these guys to come out and say, look, we made some mistakes. Some Abrams, I remember, I think with some of the Star Trek stuff, he did say he made some mistakes, but it's so funny to me that you can start fixing these things, these franchises. They're like, oh, we need something new. But even like the horror stuff, it's so recycled all the time, over and over again. Like, let's try something new. Let's have something like Species. Let's have something, that's a little more interesting. Let's build this character. Why is this character like this? It's like, how terrible. And I know people even in the chat before have said, oh, the writers are smart. No, they want to play it safe. Then you got the executives, you got these committees, then they pick the wrong movies, I feel sometimes, for the Oscars and the Emmys, the wrong shows. Then there's some interesting shows like The Rookie, but then there's also, and they show all these sides. Here's a side of, social justice. Here's a side of how they feel. And it's like, this is what you need to do. It's crazy to me that they just miss the point of these comic books. I just recently finished Nightwing Rising. I was like, fuck, that was a good read. I just was like, dang. And it all connected, of course, to the Batman Adventures, to the animated stuff. It was like, this is so cool. And so if you're going to do a movie about Nightwing, here you go. Take a lot of this. You don't have to take everything. And so whatever. I just, but it's not going to happen, unfortunately. It's just not. It's frustrating, man. Is this new Superman movie 24? Is this going to be like, are they going to understand truth, justice, the American way? Are they going to understand that, yes, we have had Superman, like, he's been spit on in a way, he's been this, but is that going to be half the movie? And then it's like Lois is mad at him, and then she's happy, like we see in the trailer. Now they're together again. Woo! Like, oh, here's the dog, Crypto. Like, I don't know, man. I just
you know what, man? This Superman movie.
Yeah. I don't want it to fail, but it's just like I just have some bad feelings about this.
It's like the Superman, like the inspiration for it doesn't come from, like, even the S. That that's Kingdom Come Superman. Like, are you saying that if this thing goes to a trilogy by the end, is this what we're looking at?
Mm-hmm.
See, the thing is, when you have James Gunn, like the way he writes shit, it's like he's like a post-apocalyptic type of writer, where it's like his movies like is written where everything has went to shit, and it's like either the whole world has went to shit, or the team has went to shit, or it's America that went to shit, or it's something that's went bad. And now something has like, it has like that wrong has to be righted, but it's going to be done with a ragtag group of motherfuckers that, you just, it's like, and then it's like when you, come on, like you go back from the like Dawn of the Dead, and when he was writing for Trauma, and you like he wrote Dawn for the Dead that Zack Snyder, filmed. You look at how all those characters were written. The Dawn of the Dead characters, all of them were written like the Suicide Squad, or basically they were written like the Guardians of the Galaxies, but without no powers.
Yeah. I could see that. Yeah.
And then you look at the Guardians of the Galaxy and you look at Suicide Squad, they look like the same shit.
Yeah, see, and other people like don't want to see that. That's the whole thing. It's just so funny to me. I saw that right away. I says, okay, James Gunn is directing this, and it's like, oh, we're going to try to make some stuff work from Guardians of the Galaxy, but this time we're going to make it more mature. Oh, did you hear that dick joke? Oh, it's so funny. And it's like, I'm glad you guys enjoyed that lowbrow humor. That's fine. But it's just, it just didn't work, I felt, throughout the film. And then like when we got to the middle, my brother and I looked at each other when we were watching this on the HBO Max at the time, which is, and we were like, we get to the halfway point of this movie and we're like, dude, it's getting boring. Right. It just was. And so they just, it started off okay. And I know it made good money, but it's just, I don't know. I wasn't overly impressed with that movie. I wasn't overly impressed with the first Suicide Squad, but it was, for a while there, was pretty good. I just was, the second one, it was like, okay, Harley's in this, and like, this is the Harley I like, the Suicide Squad Harley, not the crappy ass Birds of Prey Harley. And so it was like, all right, this kind of stuff is pretty good. Harley's acting like Harley's supposed to act. Right. But then it's like, I forgot about that movie already, man. Other people are like, oh, it was so great, and they took this from the comics, and that's cool. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it, but I just like, next.
Well, that's why I was about the first one. I was like, yeah, it's okay. And then I watched the James Gunn directed one. In order to enjoy it, I have to turn my brain off.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't. I like the Guardians, but even the third Guardians, like if it wasn't for Rocket's story in that, I wouldn't care as much. It was pretty good. But Adam Warlock, was it? Yeah. He was just, I didn't like how he's this little bitch and stuff. And some people are like, oh, that was fine. I'm like, that was fine with you? Like, that's not supposed to be Adam Warlock. Right. From what some of the things that I've actually read about him. No, he's supposed to be a pretty badass, actually. Yeah. He's not supposed to be some mama's boy and whatever. It's stupid.
And I mean, Adam Warlock was supposed to be a part of
the Black Adam, right?
Yeah, going to, he was a part of, the people that took down Thanos, and all of a sudden you introduce him after the fact. It's like, okay, like his effectiveness don't mean shit. If you really know,
not Black Adam. I'm Black Adam's DC. Excuse me.
So like I said, if you really know anything about Thanos, it's like, well, shit, like Thanos and
Thanos,
Adam Warlock. It's like Batman and the Joker, damn near, to a degree,
right?
So it's like, well, and that's the thing. It's like, it's like, it's fucked up because it's like the way a lot of people look at all this stuff. If you're the average person that sees this shit in passing, like, none of this shit matters, and whether you watch it or not doesn't matter. But then when you're a person that you've been supportive of not only the franchises, in its movie iteration or its TV iteration, but when the shit came out in comic books and you was watching the fucking cartoons when you were a kid, or you supported bought the fucking toy, or you played the
Yes.
video games, or whatever the
Yes.
whatever the case may be, or you bought the shit for your kid, or however which way it goes down,
Right.
or you wore the fucking underoos when you were a kid,
Right.
whatever. I'm just saying, it's like it's like it's disappointing that as you get older,
Mm-hmm.
it's like what you're looking at doesn't match up with what you remembered it to be.
No,
And not to say that
No.
like
No.
nothing can't be modernized or whatever, but it's like, I give an example. Even Superman, when Superman came around in the year 2000 or in the year 2010 or the 1990s, Superman still felt like Superman.
Yes.
The only time Superman didn't feel like Superman was when the New 52 swung around.
Right. Yeah.
Then after that, they realized it, and they like right now in comic books, Superman more or less feels like Superman again. But it took for that trial and error for them to realize, hey, we can't be fucking doing this shit to Superman. It's like, it's like Lois Lane ain't even a factor in his life. It's like he has a relationship with Wonder Woman, that kind of shit. It's like,
yeah, I started reading some of that comic. I don't know if I'll go back to it. I'm like, yeah, it could work, but other people have said, well, what about like Wonder Woman and Batman? And I'm like, they hinted at that, and that would be pretty cool, actually. Yeah, I could see that working, but I don't know if they'd ever do it. They would make an interesting couple, definitely.
Right, they would. And but it's like, but it's like when you see something go astray,
yes,
it's like, and that's the thing. It's like when you look at the Superman, it doesn't feel like anything that we've read. It doesn't feel like anything that we've seen previous. It's like it's like even the S is not even the fucking same. It's like they gender swap the dog. So let's say if you're a crypto fan, let's say if you really know about crypto, the closest thing to crypto that I've seen to crypto was when he popped up in the Titans TV show, and they had Superboy with the t-shirt. Crypto came in there and kicked ass. Look, dude, they have clips of just like on YouTube of just crypto from that. Dude, you want to like, if you really want to compare dogs,
yeah,
look at everything. Basically everything we've seen from crypto is from all the trailers is basically all you're gonna see from crypto. And the thing is, crypto is already looking whack as fuck because now you have them on fucking Milkbone, you got them on dog treats and shit like that. It's like, well, damn, the dog is outshining Superman. The dog has more plush toys. He has fucking dog food endorsements. What else? Stop cruelty to animals. He's adopt a dog because he's an adopted dog type shits. Like they didn't do it. They look. The dog got more marketing than the movie, from what I've seen. They got a commercial where he's like doing some tug of war shit with like Mr. Terrific, if I'm not mistaken. It's like,
well, that's the other thing, man, with the Titan stuff. Like, they got things wrong. It's like, look, I'm sorry to break it to you, but the Starfire is orange, man. She's orange. She's an alien. There is no other color skin but orange. That's it. She's not a hooker either. And why didn't we show her? Like, I watched a few episodes of that 24. I had to stop, man. I just was like, I don't like what they're doing, where they're going with some of this. I liked Dick Grayson. I thought they were doing a good job with Raven. I didn't, but Starfire, man, and some of this other stuff, I'm like, okay, Starfire ends up with Dick Grayson. Okay, cool. All right, I like this relationship. I always have. But this other stuff is just ridiculous. She, it's not the fact that she's black. She's always supposed to be orange. She's a fucking alien.
Right. Yeah, it's like it's lazy. You know what? You could have gotten a chick about my color.
Mm-hmm.
And just and played around with either you could have done something to where you could have just like tinted the skin,
yeah,
golden a little. It just like you're like, come on, man, like dude,
Yep.
and give her green eyes. I mean,
Yes, she always
you know,
has green
and I
eyes.
mean,
too.
the thing is, and then give her the right hair color, and then of course, do the same thing. And the thing is, they could have done it.
Yes.
I'll be honest. The chick that they picked for her,
yes,
she's not a bad looking chick. The thing
No.
is, it's just what they did with her. It was like on this,
Yes.
like it was like
She's
this whole
not supposed to be black,
representation
white,
shit.
green, or anything. She's just supposed to be orange. They should have shown her coming down from the planet. I don't care if that's been done before. It works well, so do it again. You know, I just could tell already with that Titans show that I'm like, I don't want to continue this. I really don't want to. Now, I heard some of this other stuff. I mean, CW had some good things too, 24, and they screwed that shit up too.
Yeah, I know.
They screwed it all up, man, with politics.
Because that's what happens with CW shows, Cash. They start off good, and then they screw them up.
That's what it was for a lot of those shows. You can honestly say, I would say the one that's been the most consistent without bullshit was Smallville. Then but then you had like
watch that again.
The Arrow. Then when it came for the Arrow, with a lot of these shows, like say like the Arrow, Flash, what's that?
Yeah, you had Legends of Tomorrow.
What was that? The something, was it the Heroes of Tomorrow? Some shit.
Yeah, Legends of Tomorrow.
Legends of Tomorrow, right.
Yeah.
So you had these shows, and I would have to say within the first 2 or 3 seasons, things were distant. I mean, we're decent. The first 2 or 3 seasons, going into every one of these shows. Then for some reason, it was either season 3 or 4, or all the way something started changing. They brought over Supergirl, her first, when she was on that other channel. What was that? ABC, NBC, CBS. It was one of the
it was all CBS. I think
she had her first, those seasons there were decent. Then when she came to the CW.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that's right, because it was just on CBS, and then Batwoman season 1. Think about I've always brought this up, and I always will. The supporting characters, the father of Kate Kane and the son of Lucius Fox, were, for that first season, and my brother and I watched that first full season. We just continued it. They were the most interesting things. Everything else was just flat and ridiculous, and that whole thing with Alice, and it was stupid. It was just stupid. Her relationships were just dumb. I don't care if they were women or whatever. They were dumb. But the supporting character, her father, and Lucius Fox's son, were the most interesting things in that first season. And then my brother were like, well, we got through the first season. We didn't watch anymore. Sometimes you're just like, well, let's just continue this. Then you have these new shows.
You made it further into that season.
You went into season 2.
I watched the first 15 minutes of the first episode of Batwoman. I'm all, nope, can't do it.
Yeah, and that's fine. And so then they had that I remember Kevin Smith pushing with the Infinite Earth. Those were really good until the last one. Then it fell apart.
Dude,
then it really fell apart, man. They had a lot of potential there. They connected the shows well. They had these cool villains. And then the last one that they did, it's like, okay, why do these look like ring wraiths from Harry Potter? Like things like that. Come on, guys. Like it's just it's weird, man. And then the modern politics gets ingrained in there, and I'm like, oh, fuck off with this shit. Like this is not cool, man. Like this does not need to be in there. And other people would be like, why not? Because it doesn't make sense to what these characters. You had Alex, the adopted sister of Kara, and then she was this badass G.I. Joe Scarlet character, it seemed. Then she's like, you know what? I'm a lesbian. And you're just like, what in the fuck are you guys doing with this character now? And the actors, they're fine with it. And it's just like, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. I don't know. The Lois and Clark, like the first one was a fun show. It worked. Dean Cain is still a good actor. He's doing other stuff now. They want to shun him from Hollywood, just like Kevin Sorbo and some of these other guys, which are stupid. They're just stupid.
Zachary
because
Levy
they're
too. Let's not
Yep,
forget about him.
yep, of course. Yeah, he's the latest one, definitely one of the newer ones, and to add to that list. No, they're just stupid about this stuff, and Shazam, the first one, was surprise. I didn't even know much about Shazam, and I was like, wow, I finally watched that. Did we finish?
You know
Shit,
what
I
it,
haven't finished
what it
that
was.
movie. I need to finish
You
that.
know, he woke up. That's what
Mhm.
happened.
Mhm.
He look. I
Yeah,
was watching Zach. We all saw Zachary Levi when the
he's a good
first
actor.
Shazam movies. Um, he went into that shit, and he had a certain kind. It was something happened after that he woke up somehow. Like he got. Hopefully, the right people got in his head, told him, "Hey, man, just look at this shit for what it is." And I think he gave somebody the benefit of the doubt, and they were able to open his eyes. Now that's why he speaks out on certain things, and he's more. It's like I feel like he's come around to just looking at shit for what it is instead of just being stuck in some kind of echo chamber, man.
Right. Yeah.
So, because if not, he would have said something before. If he don't give a damn about saying it now. But I think it might have been because of the political climate as well, where he felt like he was comfortable enough to say something. But
Yeah. I agree.
but I
Yeah.
mean, but if you've heard him talk before, he was on some Hollywood type shit. So I don't.
Yeah,
like.
he was, man. Even with Shazam too, and he
Right.
was talking and he was blaming the fans for that and stuff. I remember some bullshit
Yeah, he was on
article.
some. Yeah.
Ridiculous.
But I mean, I can't get. It's like I can't get. It's like now he's come around, so it's like
Yeah.
But man, I'm telling you, boy, this Superman.
Look, I don't want it to fail. Maybe it'll make a lot of money. Who knows? I don't know if it would make over $1 billion. But
the thing is, it's James Gunn's formula into. Hey, take it easy, Low Spec. Take care,
Low
brother.
Spec, thank you for being here, brother. Really appreciate it.
Have a good day, man.
Yeah, but I just think that what it is, he's put his formula, that whole group dynamic shit, is like he still put it into a Superman movie, which is, I don't know, man. Superman with all these villains and heroes and all this other shit in there. He got Supergirl, he got Crypto.
He's got like all these villains and stuff, and people are like, "Oh, that's fine." I'm like, "No, it's been proven not to work well. How are they going to do that with all these villains and stuff? Have a few. Have Lex Luthor, of course, and then have
you only need one. That's
Brainiac,
the thing.
or you just need one. Yeah,
villain.
One's fine too. If you want some more, fine. But even with the third Spider-Man movie, like that ran into some problems with too many villains. Right. Sandman, and the best thing about that was, like, I don't know, I didn't mind Venom in that, but even the Venom movies, 24, it's like there's some good stuff, but look at the second one. There's some political bullshit in there. This whole thing about how close Brock gets to Venom, get the fuck out of here with this shit, dude. I wish I didn't see this. I don't want to see this. And people are like, "Oh, you're just looking for it." It's like you can't miss it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I saw that shit. I was like, man, are they gonna start fucking? I was like, what's
right?
I was like, wow. I was like, this is, yeah, man. I was like, wow. I never saw, like, it got weird for a minute, man. And a lot of people, a lot of people were like, man, what are we looking at? And
yes, then in the second movie, it was too short. And then also, why is Venom talking about immigration and stuff? What the fuck?
Yeah, you see, it had Venom on this like weird androgynous kind of thing.
Yes,
and
agreed.
Like,
yeah.
And it's like, yeah, like Venom's supposed to be different. He's of course he's an entity, but it's not.
Yes,
but not like that. Not. I mean, it's supposed to be weird, but not.
Yes,
not sexually weird, or not having any kind of
not having any sexual innuendos.
Right.
No.
Like fuck.
It's so stupid. It's stupid. And the first Venom movie I thought was all right. And when Venom, of course, is always the star. Eddie, how are you doing, Eddie? Like it was, and of course it was great. And then it's like things are getting really fucking weird. Like, where are we going with this, Sony? What the hell, man?
Well, when I saw the first trailer for the second Venom movie, I'm going, "What's this?"
Right.
And that of course I had that same reaction for the Megan 2.0 trailer. But that's the thing, we get something that's halfway decent for the first film, and then they, get the green light for the second film. We see the trailer for that second film, and it's like, what is this? This isn't what we ordered. We wanted more of what we got in the first one, but we want you to add another element to it. Not jump the shark.
Hello, Leah.
Yeah, that's kind of like in video games. Saint Rose did that. Not sure if you guys are familiar with that franchise. But
I
am.
They were like kind of like a GTA, and then all of a sudden they came out with Saints Row. I think it was 3.
Yeah, they started going the aliens thing and stuff. Yeah,
and they lost every. It was like, it's that kind of thing. It's like they didn't stick to the formula of what got them
right.
What got them there. And then all of a sudden, just you bring in new people, whatever, try to come with a new idea, and it's like it's basically the game in name at that point, not in aesthetics or anything else. So it's fucked up, man.
The space stuff is pretty funny, though. I have to admit, I got to get back to playing that, but yeah, Saints Row doesn't still work that well. At least Saints Row 2 is still busted to an extent. The guy who was working on the modding that actually had passed away, and it's just crazy stuff. Really, really crazy things going on, but. Yeah, they just keep missing the point of a lot of this stuff, and they just leave money on the table, and they just don't care. I don't know so much. Yeah, right. Yeah, no, I'm sure there's a lot of stupid ideas. So I don't know. It's just, to me, if I'm Zaslav, I make sure I get somebody. I mean, what James Gunn has said about Batman 89 is just, it frustrates me. And it's like, dude, you're one of the big heads of DC, and you feel that way about the movie. It's fine if you don't like it, but you need to understand why it's still important and how it pushed things. We don't get the Bale films without Batman 89. I mean, you can say that about a lot of stuff, but that's the truth.
Right.
Just like we don't get Batman 89 without
89, we don't get Batman Returns.
That's right. We don't, and I still think that's a good movie. Sure, it has some problems here and there, but it's still a good film. Still a movie you can rewatch over and over again.
It's like it's like a lot of people. There's a lot of people that easily dismiss. And it kind of goes to in agreement to what you're saying. There's a lot of people that easily dismiss 66 Batman.
Yeah, they do.
And I tell them, hey, look. For as much as you don't like the campiness and all of this,
I know
the one thing that served the main purpose of 66 Batman that is so important is that it made Batman a household name.
Right.
And without that, everything else after that wouldn't have been possible when it came to Batman. And we talking the cartoons and and everything that keeps Batman in circulation with the public in some way, shape, form, or fashion, which were toys, cartoons, video games, movies, and everything else. But again, if it wasn't for the 66 Batman, it really is no telling where Batman or DC Comics would have been without 66 Batman, because the people that wrote 66 Batman were the people that did Wonder Woman. And they understood about the campiness and the fun and all the all the funny shit. That's why they didn't put it in Wonder Woman, but they kept Wonder Woman special. Like they made basically for what Wonder Woman was to that point. They put all that into the show and Linda Carter or whatever, and it didn't take away, from Wonder Woman's of course they told it a little, some things a little differently or whatever, but not really, because they kept it damn near true to everything that Wonder Woman was in origin. They didn't turn it out to be something different. You know, they like, yeah, well, to be honest, nowadays when you look at Wonder Woman and you look at where she's from, they say she's from where's she from?
Or whatever. Mascara or something, right?
Mascara. Well, growing up,
mascara, that's it. Yeah.
Growing up, she was always from Paradise Island.
Interesting. Okay.
See, now, I mean, you look in old comic books, you look at Wonder Woman, the TV show, you look at Super Friends.
Yes.
Where the fuck she was from? Themyscira. What the fuck was that? Paradise Island.
Right.
Everything was Paradise Island. So where the fuck does Themyscira shit come from? And maybe, you know, there's a story, and I'm gonna have to look it up because I have a good majority of Wonder Woman comics, and I'm not sure if it's in something that I overlooked or didn't see. And I have complete runs of Wonder Woman, but it's something that now that we're talking about, it's like what changed? And you know, it's like it's keeping true who Wonder Woman is, because if you look at all the way into her backstory, it was always Paradise Island.
Yeah,
there has to be something in the last 20, 25 years. There has to be some newer shit. This is not Wonder Woman as we know it.
Yeah, I mean,
Paradise Island.
I'll see if I can find out that information.
Yeah, you can actually. Yeah, that's that. I mean, at least for the sake of knowing, if you know Wonder Woman, old school, anybody that's a Wonder Woman fan, you know that about Wonder Woman. So where does Themyscira come in at?
Yeah, that's
even though we're talking about the same place, but where did the change in name come from?
Yeah, where's yeah, and I like the first Wonder Woman movie, and then when I read the comic that should have been based on the second one, like Max Lord, spoiler alert, he actually gets killed by Wonder Woman because it's one of those situations where you're too dangerous to be kept alive. And then Superman pops in and says, "What did you do, Wonder Woman?" And she basically said, if I remember something along the lines, "I did what was necessary."
Yeah.
And that would have been so cool if we saw that in the movie.
Well,
but no. Because Patty Jenkins has to go off on her fucking political bullshit, whatever crap. And she didn't really do that in the first movie at all. Right. It's so stupid. I don't understand these decisions. I don't get it.
Well, you know, the first movie was written by Zack Snyder and two of his friends. And the second movie, she wrote the script with this guy.
Yeah, was it Jeffrey Johns or whatever his name is? The guy who'd I think he was involved in that, and then he ended up leaving. That was the guy who did the Blackest Night, if I remember. That's the dude who wrote. Well, a friend of mine told me about this a few years ago.
He wrote
he was. Yeah, and we don't get the Blackest Night in fucking DC in animated form. We don't get that in live action. How fucking cool would that have been? But no, we can't get that stuff. Okay. So we found some on this? Okay.
Yeah.
Paradise Island.
In February of 1987, Paradise Island became Themyscira.
Okay.
When Wonder Woman
87
Homeland was renamed in February 1987.
That means so basically what happened then, because I'm looking at the time, see, the thing is, it's funny because in 87 it was the first Wonder Woman comic. This is after Crisis on Infinite Earths, because Crisis on Infinite Earths was like 85, if I'm not mistaken. So you talk about
interesting. Yeah.
After that, you know, they came out with the New Gods was the next big crossover after Crisis on Infinite Earths. And not the New Gods. It was what happened was the gods of Olympus came. They were tired of what the hell was going on with the superheroes, and they wanted to reclaim their right to the earth. So it's called War of the Gods. There it goes, War of the Gods. So during War of the Gods, or after that, during that time was when they came out with the new Wonder Woman. And actually, I have that comic book. Wow. That's a funny but yeah, they I have that comic book then. So that's in the new run of Wonder Woman. I own it. I didn't know that it's been so long since I've read it. So back then, that's when they changed it.
It's interesting. Okay. Yeah.
All right, because I have that. I have issue number 1 of that I have that whole run. That's one of the runs I was telling you that I own of Wonder Woman. I don't recall Themyscira, but Lord, man, that shit came out back then. So fuck, man, forgive me if that shit slipped my mind. But well, again, Paradise Island was always. I guess that's why James Gunn's calling that new show Lost Paradise, huh?
Maybe.
I don't know. Maybe, yeah.
No, I mean, because Paradise Island, that is he going? Is they going back to calling it that, or is it still? That's just the name of the show, but it's because Paradise Island, Themyscira, if it's the same thing and it's called Lost Paradise, speaking about Themyscira, that's a good play on old school DC.
I was gonna say, at least calling it Lost Paradise, that's still a nod to what it originally was known
right,
as.
Exactly. Calling it Lost Paradise is a nod to what that place was called before 1987 or whatever. Yeah. They're working on the new Wonder Woman script. I'm gonna tell you something, man. Tom King is one of the writers, right, for James Gunn, and he's helping to write the Green Lantern series with the guys from the CW, Lindelof, and them. So now that Tom King, so he's writing Green Lantern TV shows. He writes Wonder Woman, the comic book, right now. And Wonder Woman just had a daughter about a year or two ago in comic books. And her first issue of her new ongoing series just dropped, a week or two ago? Her name is Trinity.
Okay.
And Tom King writes that too. So would you be if you were a betting man, would you bet that Tom King's writing the new Lost Paradise Lost show, or do you think he's writing the Wonder Woman movie that's coming out?
I think he might be writing
if he's writing the comic books and he's a writer for James Gunn. You think James Gunn's going to adapt his version of Wonder Woman?
There's a good chance, and I think it's going to be for the TV show. I don't know that James Gunn would give him the movie unless he's writing both. That could also be the case too.
Yeah, I just find it interesting that you got the guy that's, James Gunn has a guy that's writing everything Wonder Woman right now. That's his writer. So he has a connection he is straight to the fucking comic book. The guy that's writing everything, every Wonder Woman project or anything coming from Wonder Woman, he writes all them shits, is one of his of his group of writers. I wouldn't be surprised, but the thing is, Tom King is not that good of a writer, comic book writer. So what does that leave? Like shit, he just killed off Steve Trevor about a year ago, if I'm not mistaken. Less than
I want to say it was a year, maybe a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
Was at least a good reason?
When
Probably
you there was a lot of backlash from that too, man. People were pissed. It's kind of like, damn, it's like killing off Lois Lane. It's like that's how important this motherfucker is. That's why people don't understand how DC killed off Alfred. I don't know, man.
That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, we've got the Lantern show coming out. You know, it looks like it's going to be 8 episodes on. I don't know how that's going to be. Some of the things that have been said about that sounds like it could be an agenda. Hopefully, it's not. Hopefully, it is Hal Jordan and Jon Stewart kicking ass together. It'd be awesome, but who knows?
I mean, and then what? You got Nathan Fillion coming from the Superman movie, a part of the cast.
Yep. Guy Gardner. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck, man? I don't know, man. See, and this now this is another problem. You didn't made. So if it was a problem for Zack Snyder's Batman to be this fucking old dude, to where, and I've said it before, by the time we saw him in all these fucking in all the Zack Snyder movies, he's already had his best adventures. We saw him at the end of his career. If you guys didn't know that or not, by the time we saw that version of Batman, he already had gray hair. He was ready, like his shit was ending.
Yep.
So if we didn't get a Batman in his prime, we look at James Gunn, we're not getting a Green Lantern in his prime either. So basically, by the time we catch up with Hal Jordan, he's the greatest Green Lantern of them all, but he already had all, like, whatever the fuck made him the greatest. We don't ever get a chance to see that.
Yeah,
right.
We're missing out on all that.
It's already gone. So by the time he's already an established Green Lantern, and we don't even get to see what the fuck made him great.
We've had one Green Lantern live action film. We've never, until now, I guess, we're going to finally, I don't remember if we ever had an actual Green Lantern show, live action.
The only Green Lantern
was some
show that we had was the cartoon
animated series.
Yeah, the animated stuff was cool, but yeah, they can build on that, but they don't. I don't know. I like Kyle Chandler as an actor. I think he's a really good actor, but I'm just like, okay, so we're now, it sounds like with this Lantern show, of course, he's going to be older. And like you said, he did all this awesome stuff. We should see the awesome stuff. So what is he going to be? A broken down version? It's just
the thing is, by the time we see him in this show, he's already done his thing.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, he did the exact same shit Zack Snyder did to Batman. James Gunn's doing with Green Lantern. So now Green Lantern's an old man.
Yep.
Or a lot older than everybody else.
And that's not what we want to see. The Green Lantern. We want to see the Green Lantern in his prime. We want to see him get the ring and learn how to control the powers of the ring.
By the time we see him, he didn't have the ring for the way he looks, he didn't have the ring for about 25, 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when you look at that picture of him and the other dude walking down the street together, and he got his brown jacket on, the other dude, they're walking down the road. He looks old and worn the fuck out.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the Earth-based mystery as they investigate. They investigate a murder in the American heartland. Well, we're okay. They're going to investigate a murder together. All right. Well, we'll see how that plays out. It would be nice to get an actual Green Lantern in his prime, live action. That would kick some ass. Then he gets to know Jon Stewart, and Jon Stewart's another badass. It's just, I don't know, man. I don't really understand these decisions and all these comic books and all the source material and all this other stuff. They could be just making stuff all kinds of cool shit. I don't know. They just keep leaving money on the table, missing out on stuff, and so broken down this, broken down that. It's just, I don't know.
Yeah, man. I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, see, the thing is, there's so much potential.
Yep. And I want to talk to these people, man. It's like, have you guys sat down and watched Batman Beyond? Have you watched Batman the Animated Series? Have you read any comics? Have you watched some of these DC movies or most of them? Do you understand who these characters are? It's just crazy. Yeah.
You know, when you were talking about February '87, that was when they about when DC did their big reboot. You know, John Byrne doing the Superman series, all that, if I remember right.
Yeah, you sound a little low, brother.
Oh, I'm not low, man. I'm not low. Let me check the audio. Mike is there.
Got to get the mic closer.
I'll check it.
I got the mic close. I have it right here. How's this sound?
That sounds a little bit better. Yeah, that was.
I don't want to.
I mean, really, N24, like, you know, with the Superman situation, are a lot of fans really supposed to care about crypto and it's not the right dog and so on? And do we need crypto in this movie? Some of this stuff, Guy Gardner, for example, he looks like he's supposed to. They showed the comic book to show that's supposed to be Guy Gardner, right? Or
he don't look
am I
like
missing
that.
something?
He don't look like that, man. He don't look even. See, now if you remember when they first showed Guy Gardner, he was a fucking meme out. He got memed out this world when they first broadcast that shit. They were like, "What the fuck is this?"
Because they were showing like his haircut.
Dude, it was bad. And the thing is, see, they might look if you have pictures of we could look it up, man. If you look at Guy Gardner, just put up Guy Gardner, and you see pictures of him. They're like, even with him with the haircut and him like what he looks like today in comic books, because he don't look like that no more.
Oh, he doesn't. Okay.
No, that's the thing. It's like you're looking at Guy Gardner from almost 30 years ago.
30 years ago, right?
I mean, and so you're looking at the last time he had that chili bowl cut was like in the 90s, maybe early 2000s, maybe. He hasn't had that haircut. So James Gunn had to have seen every version of this fucking character, man, to say, hey, I want the chili bowl version of this dude. And that's not even what he's known for. He ain't known for the fucking chili bowl haircut. Is any way we could look? No, go to the left. Oh no, look, like when you go to the left, that one. Hit that.
Okay. Oh, look at that. And so, then no, he doesn't have that chili bowl kind of haircut anymore.
The chili bowl, of course, he looked, but so the thing is, what makes Guy Gardner special was not his fucking haircut, it's his fucking attitude. He's just an asshole.
Okay, he's just I got it. So he's just
100%.
Yeah, so he's an asshole. So I mean, Nathan Fillion can be an asshole, obviously. But,
right. So I mean, but the thing is, it's like he's an asshole where he likes fucking getting into fights with Lobo, and I mean, and they both go at each other like fuck you, and they're just like, they just go crazy as shit because because he has the same kind of mentality, and he'll fuck around and drink a beer and get drunk and and try to get with women. Guy Gardner is just that kind of guy. Like he's
Mike. Yes, on the right, 3 down. Click on that one. Okay, I thought it would be bigger. Bring bigger.
See,
that's the cover of Justice League International.
Justice League International issue number 1. I have the whole run. I got the whole complete run with.
Oh, me too.
All the,
I don't know
annuals.
I got the whole run.
I own every comic.
So this is why there was some big.
But it doesn't have that bowl cut there.
Yeah, actually, he does. But even then, he has it like it was like more. It was like less of that. Yeah, you can see it's still there, but it wasn't. It wasn't like it wasn't like a mop head. Like he wasn't just a mop head. Like they tried to tone it down some as he got older, but this is here. This is what, like the late 80s.
Yeah, probably
about 87. This is the time of that big reboot that they had.
Right. So I would say another 15 years later, you see him in that first picture we looked at. That's him.
So that's why there was some the big uproar for the few days when they saw that, because then there was other people who were arguing. He said, "But look, it's comic book accurate. Isn't that what you guys want? You're complaining about this." But yeah, I agree. I think they should go with the more modern hairstyle.
And see, the thing is, his trademark. Of course, he was like the only character with that kind of haircut. So it was weird to have him like that, and then it was like a part of his trademark. But the thing is, you just couldn't have this dude with a fucking chili. So even when they try to, and they did modernize him because he don't rock that chili bowl haircut shit no more.
Right.
And so actually in the last 20, 25 years, that's what he's been looking like in that first picture with his, he got a fade, he looks nice or whatever, but he still has the same attitude. He's still that douchebag. Don't give a shit. He's just whatever. And
he's still an asshole.
Who he is.
Well, Nathan Fillion was even associated with being a villain. That's being a hero, but that's not right. That is not Guy Gardner. He just plays by his own rules. He's a loose cannon. He's a rogue.
I'm gonna tell you something. The thing that's cool about Guy Gardner, he lost his ring. Like basically, he went through a whole change in his character. He went through a lot of shit. You see, like if you went back to the original, that's how and actually Nathan Fillion could have looked like this if he wanted to.
Oh yeah.
Because that's really how he has his haircut now in real fucking life. All you had to do was just turn his shit red.
Right. I agree.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's what James Gunn wants. I mean, I don't know. Nathan Fillion, I guess, might be cool with it. He might not. I know he cares about playing these characters, and so I still felt he was wasted in Guardians of the Galaxy 3. I was like, come on, man, don't waste Nathan Fillion. This guy's a machine, man.
Look, if you get out of that picture and show all the pictures of Guy Gardner like you had him when you first pulled it up, go up, and go.
It's all the way up.
Right.
It's all the way up. Yeah.
All the way to the right?
Yeah, keep going.
All the way to the right.
Right there.
This one right here.
Hit that one.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you see, look, from the first time he got his Green Lantern, like when you seen him in issue number 1 of Justice League Unlimited. After that, he ended up getting Sinestro's ring, and he was using Sinestro's ring for good. And this is how he became Guy Gardner Warrior. So he ended up losing his Green Lantern ring. I think, or maybe he got destroyed or some shit like that, and he ended up getting that ring. And so he rocked with that ring for years. And then he ended up losing that ring, and he ended up getting powers where he ended up like becoming like a living weapon or some shit. Like, let me see. If you look up, put up Guy Gardner Warrior, okay, then you get to see him.
All right. I've got some images. I'll just bring them up here in a second because I'm doing it in a separate window.
Yeah, like I said, if you pull up Guy Gardner Warrior, you'll get to see what happened after he got rid of that yellow ring, how he got it. He went to another transformation, but he was like, there he goes right there.
So people are worried that Guy Gardner in this Superman movie may be not what he's supposed to be, that they're trying to make him into a villain, and he's not exactly a villain in the comic books or whatever. Is that something like that?
He's a complete, like I said, he's a douche. Like I say, he's a
okay. He's just an asshole. Okay.
To the point, like people hate, like they can't stand him.
Mm-hmm.
Like Adam Moss. Just kidding, brother. Just kidding.
I'm just, but it's like he's one of the good guys, but even the good guys can't fucking stand him. So it's like he's just, that's him. So after the yellow ring, he ended up getting these powers that were alien, and he ended up turning into this.
Oh wow.
And that's all within the same run. So he started off with the yellow ring, like starting off his own journey with his own solo comic and the whole shit. So it's the first time, but he had a lot of stories that intertwined between the Green Lantern Corps, and the Dark Stars, which was like another faction. Like basically there were more than just the Green Lantern Corps is supposed to be like the cops in space, but during the 90s there was more than just them. There was another group of space cops called the Dark Stars, and they had their own comic book where even Donna Troy, who was the sidekick of Wonder Woman, ended up being Dark Star Donna Troy and was a Dark Star for years without having her Wonder Woman powers. And you can look that up too. Like, you know, so it's like, you know, so it was another, you know, and they got into a war between the Dark Stars, the Green Lantern Corps, and, you know, and just different like space factions. And I own that book too. So there was a lot of shit, man. The 90s. 90s were time, man. It was like a lot of experimentation with different characters, and Guy Gardner went through this phase, like when Aquaman got his hand, you know, chewed off and grew the beard that you see Jason Momoa Aquaman with, and Batman got his back broken by Bane. That's the same time Superman got killed by Doomsday, and then Wonder Woman lost to her mantle of being Wonder Woman. So Wonder Woman wasn't even Wonder Woman anymore. So everything, like every Justice League hero, then that's when Hal Jordan turned into a bad guy and became Parallax. And all these, so it's like 93, 94, all these heroes went through every change. All of them. Yep, look at Dark Star Donna Troy right there.
I still like that art a lot. Yeah. Yeah. So you're worried this Guy Gardner in this film, they're not going to do him right like they should in the comic, that he's not going to be the douchebag, or they're trying to make him misunderstood or some bullshit where he's just supposed to be a giant asshole.
Right.
Okay.
That's all he is. I mean, he was fun to read back in the 80s. That's for sure.
Right. He has like a bit of like Andrew Dice Clay in him. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like he drank, he cursed. You know, he's all about, you know, women. You know, like fuck. You know, he's like Al Bundy, like, you know, like he's just like everything. He's like the most like Duke Nukem type.
He can be a sarcastic dick.
Yeah, he's like a Duke Nukem type, you know, like just,
that's a great analogy, right?
Yeah, he's like he's all that shit, man. You know,
so you don't think they're gonna capture that in that James Gunn is gonna care about that stuff, which he should obviously, but
I mean, shit. I mean, if you went as far as to give him a bad fucking haircut, I mean, what fuck? Might as well try to get the rest of this shit straight.
Right.
Fuck. That's at the very least, but you at least gave him that fucking shitty ass fucking leather jacket or whatever the fuck he got in that movie. Look at that. Now you look, that's what, like that leather jacket he had, that's how he wears his Green Lantern uniform. He has like a leather jacket with, well, it's like a biker jacket with one side kind of flips up. Like you saw, like he had like that black jacket when he had the Sinestro ring. So he always has like a leather jacket or whatever, like a biker kind of jacket with the Green Lantern symbol on it. And then you look at this is the first time you show him in live action. The team that he's on is called the Justice Gang.
Well, God help us.
So even on toys and everything, and you look at the Guy Gardner toys and the Mr. Terrific toys for the new Superman movie, the villains and they're called the Justice Gang, Mr. Terrific and Hawk Girl and Guy Gardner. They're called the Justice Gang.
Oh, the Justice Gang.
And they're called the Justice Gang when they're promoted, like for the movie and everything, they're called the Justice Gang. So when you first see them, then it's like, well, because they're the Justice League International, they're calling them the Justice Gang or whatever, because that's what they represent. But the thing is, that's how the name Justice is put out there in your new iteration of the DCU. The first thing that we hear with Justice is the Justice Gang, not the Justice League.
Yeah, or even Justice Society.
I like that too. Yeah, those names just they pop. So.
But the Justice Gang, it makes whatever gonna come. It makes the whole Justice Team thing look cheap.
Mm-hmm.
You just cheapened it by calling these guys the Justice Gang.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree.
Exactly. I mean,
the Justice Gang, they're
we're supposed to take
bunch of teenagers.
Take them motherfuckers serious. With this Justice Gang, we got the Justice Gang. We got the Justice League.
Zoink, Superman! There's a monster over there. Row, row.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't take a group like that seriously.
Here comes the Justice Gang, man.
Then,
Yeah,
then
dude.
all right, just think about it.
Let's go
You
to the
just had Wonder
7-Eleven
Woman
and get some pop.
1984, right?
Yeah.
And who was the villain?
Which one now? Sorry.
The second Wonder Woman movie.
Oh, 84? I don't
know. 84, you got
it was Pedro
Cheetah.
Pascal.
Cheetah and Max Lord.
Cheetah.
Max Lord, right?
And
Max Lord and Cheetah. Yep.
And who's the villain for who's one of the villains for this
fucking movie?
Superman movie?
There's 7. Well, you got Lex Luthor. You got. I don't know if Guy Gardner is going to be a villain in this.
No, he's not going to be a villain.
Sure.
He's not going to be a villain.
Okay, he's not going to be a villain. And you got 7 other ones. I don't know who else.
Right,
There's 7 villains.
So you have Lex Luthor.
Right.
You have that chick with the fucking, I don't know, with the blade hands or whatever the fuck.
Right. Yeah, I don't know who that is.
All right. So she's from that fucking comic book that nobody read. Nobody read that fucking comic. I'm gonna tell you right now.
Yeah.
The Authority. Who the fuck? Nobody read The Authority, and nobody was a fan of that shit until he said, "Oh, I like it. I'm gonna put these motherfuckers in my DC universe." If you wanted the whole run, you could have bought them for like 75 cents to $1 for each fucking comic. By the time James Gunn said The Authority, all those comic books rose up. Why the fuck were they cheap to begin with? Nobody fucking watched it. Come on, man. It's just.
I don't know.
We're not gonna act like we all read The Authority or we even knew who the fuck they were. Nobody cared about it.
I've heard of that. But
so
I've never even heard of them, to be honest with you.
If you were a fan of comics, yeah, you heard, and I seen them. I knew who they were, but nobody I knew read them. So if nobody that I knew, and I know a lot of people that read comics, if everybody that I know didn't read them, who really read them? And I'm just saying, there's, everybody likes what they like. But they weren't somebody like, they were such a niche comic.
Mm-hmm.
And they weren't that popular. They were just his favorite.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't special.
Yep.
Well, that should tell you a bit about James Gunn. That's what does. He grabs these obscure ones that people didn't like.
The Authority. All right. Then you have Ultraman.
Yeah, Ultraman. Yeah.
Lord have mercy. Why you gonna bring? See, that lets me know James Gunn doesn't know shit about.
Yeah,
Ultraman is the Superman from Earth 3. How does he just show up in all black, ready to fucking hang out with you guys?
There's got to be build-up. There's got to be a proper
thing
story.
Is either he's made or they took some DNA sample. Don't give me that DNA sample shit. Like, we cloned Superman to go fight this. I want to hear this clone Superman shit.
Yeah, I don't.
They did that already. Superman 4.
They're also going to have, according to the cast, they're going to have Rick Flag Sr. in this, and also Cat Grant's going to be in this.
Which brings in the Creature Commandos.
Mm-hmm.
That's the Creature Commandos.
Commandos.
But even Rick Flag and them, those aren't the villains.
Mm-hmm.
So you got Ultraman. Then you got. See, the Justice Gang aren't bad guys,
right? So we're gonna have Hawk Girl in this.
Well, she's not a bad guy, and not Mr. Terrific, and not Guy Gardner.
Right.
But it's who's running them is another villain. You know who that villain is?
Let's find out.
The villain from Wonder Woman 1984.
Yeah. His brother's going to play Maxwell Lord.
Yeah, which is Maxwell Lord from Wonder Woman 1984.
From 84, right.
So
you got a different
you want the villain from a failed fucking movie that everybody hated that fucking movie.
That movie was terrible. But
why are you going to bring him back for Superman?
I didn't, though. I don't know, man. I don't know.
You couldn't come. Lex Luthor wasn't good enough.
Lex
Right.
Luthor should be the only villain that you need for a Superman film.
Come
Yes.
on, man. Like, make it make sense that on
Yes.
top of all this, you got Maxwell Lord, and he was such a, oh my God, he was horrible in fucking Wonder Woman. He's the same guy.
Yeah, I mean, he was the more interesting character, but yeah, he was just that movie was a mess. You had Cheetah. I don't know. You had was it Kristen Wiig played Cheetah?
Yeah.
That movie was just it was just they did not push her the right way. It's just even if Pedro Pascal was more interesting as Maxwell Lord. It didn't matter because that movie overall was a mess. I mean, they even had Wonder Woman doing something to a man in a different body. That was just not right. That actually happened.
Pedro Pascal
that was the best part of the movie.
Yeah, no, Pedro Pascal was the more interesting character, but that's not saying much for the movie because according to the comic, I don't think he had a son, but I can't remember. I don't think he did. I think they should have killed him, just like in the comic that this should have been based on. And Superman pops in. So Henry Cavill pops in. And it's like, Wonder Woman, what did you do? Like, that would have been fucking cool as shit. But they didn't do any of that. They missed out on all that. And Cheetah, it's like, Patty Jenkins, did you watch who Cheetah is? Did you watch the Justice League Unlimited? Did you watch any of that? That's Cheetah. So I don't know.
You know, it's
They
crazy
just went
because
all over the place
they
with
made
that.
Cheetah after I heard they used the same aesthetics from that fucking failed Cats movie.
Oh God! No wonder it looked
And
terrible.
if you think about it, that was around the same time. They were both made at the same time, and I heard the studios were right next door to each other. No shit.
Wow.
Did they
No
CGI assholes on everybody?
I'm just saying, like, yeah, it's like all that they say they ripped some of, like, I don't know what it was. They said they took something from the Cats and used it for Wonder Woman.
Yeah. I mean, for example, should Cat Grant be in this? I guess, since it's a Superman movie, but I don't know. I guess that'd be fine.
That doesn't bother me as much.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's probably
she was
fine.
part of she was part of John Byrne's reboot of Superman. That's when she was introduced. In the
okay, so that's why she was in the Supergirl show. I see. Okay,
right. Then I'm talking about back in like the 87 or so when they did the reboot, and then of course they had her in the first season of Lois and Clark, played by Captain Loxley herself.
Oh wow,
that's cool.
So, but she only lasted one season on there, so which was sad. But yeah, she's kind of a flirtatious young lady. At least she was. I don't know what they do now.
No.
Maybe she's the S word.
Right. I mean, the budget for this also rumored is like $400 million, and it's going to be crazy. Like, Hawkgirl's going to be around Superman. I don't know how they're going to play this all out, but
it's going to be a mess. With all these
mess.
characters are Brandon, it's going to be a complete mess.
You've got Supergirl and you've got Hawkgirl in this. Yeah.
And let's not forget the big kaiju.
Yeah, that too. But since we're talking about Superman, we're talking about movies right now. The box office is up to date.
Okay.
So if you guys want to take a look at that, we can do that.
Sure.
I know, Baron. I agree.
All right.
I'm scared too.
I forgot that it mused to Mike. I was kind of singing along to the song and it didn't come through.
Having some audio issues over there, Baron.
But here is the weekend box office, and we see that the live action How to Train Your Dragon actually brought in some money, $83.7 million.
Mm-hmm. I hear
during its opening weekend.
Worldwide.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. Close enough. Close enough.
How's Mission Impossible doing?
114 million internationally. We'll get to that, Cash. Don't worry.
Okay.
But 24, is there anything that surprises you about the box office of late?
Oh wow,
I think he's
Lilo
gonna
and
win.
Stitch. Yeah, Lilo and Stitch. Well, yeah, it just might make over $1 billion. We'll see. Yeah, it probably will. It might.
It may come in just short of $1 billion.
It might. Yeah.
Of course, Dakota Fanning's new movie, The Materialist.
I'm sure that the budget wasn't that much for it, but it doesn't look like.
Probably not. And Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning made 10.3 million this weekend. It has crossed 506 million worldwide, but
yeah,
and that movie still has a long ways to go to actually be considered profitable, and I don't think it's going to get there. Now, I did think that Ballerina was a decent movie. I don't think it's the best John Wick movie, but it's decent. And it's currently at 41 million here in the States, 49 internationally for that 91 million that you see down below.
Hope they didn't have a huge budget.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and see what the budget was.
So I guess there was one. Well, Padawannabe said he really liked that How to Train Your Dragon remake live action. So
yeah, he would.
There was one character that was race swapped. I think it was the female, and it's really weird because they're Vikings. Just they're all Vikings.
Well, did you watch the Viking movie? One of the Norwegian kings was actually a black one. Come on, get with the times.
Oh, okay.
History's meant to be revised to fit into the narrative. Come on, man.
The budget for Ballerina is estimated between 80 million and 90 million for Ballerina.
Yeah, I'm still. It's like, well, Phil's around somewhere, but it's like Phil says, "Well, it's time for those white Zulus, Baron."
Yep. Yes. Well, hey, remember the rumors about recasting Black Panther to Ryan Gosling?
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, I saw that.
That's great.
I don't think it's true, but I think it's
funny as hell. Just like when they turned Black Panther into Ben Shapiro, I laughed my ass off.
What happened?
And this is actually good news for Karate Kid because it had to at least make 90 million to be considered profitable. Considering its budget was something like 40 million.
That's not too bad.
So it's pretty much there.
Yeah, it'll make that next week or whatever.
It'll make that during the week.
Yeah,
it'll get over that hump.
Yeah,
that's a great poster they have there too.
Yeah, it's cool.
I mean, that's the one thing they don't know how to do movie posters anymore. And that looks great.
Yeah.
I mean, really,
that's true. No, they don't. Yeah, there's some poor marketing there.
Right. I told you. I was right.
And then Final Destination Bloodlines is currently at 271 million for this weekend. I'm sorry I didn't look at it. It's already at 3,900,000. So I mean that's good for the Final Destination films. So they're gonna keep making those.
Yeah, it's good. I think that new Jurassic World movie will probably make a lot of money too.
Yeah, that comes out next month.
People love dinosaurs. That makes me feel good because I am one.
The Finnegan Scheme has made 12 million domestically, 14 million internationally for 26 million.
Isn't that Phoenician?
Whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it is Phoenician.
Yeah. Whatever.
We have a consensus here. A consensus.
Well, whatever. Phoenician.
Thunderbolts.
A movie I won't be seeing. Okay.
People Random people have talked to me about Thunderbolts. I said, I'm not saying that there is any Mary Sue or anything in that. I just don't. It's one of those things after a while with a lot of these MCU movies, and maybe you feel the same way, 24, about this. It's just like, I just don't care, man. I guess the Thunderbolts, finding out about this stuff, like, it was a number of years ago, what was it, early 2000s or even before that the comic book actually started.
Man, that comic
Thunderbolts.
book, dude, the premise of the Thunderbolts, dude, would have been just awesome. Just think, all these fucking villains, fucking, dressing up to be heroes or whatever the fuck, with some underlying, scheme behind it all. Come on, dude. And then it took for the Marvel Civil War for them to figure out if they were really on, bad guys or on the side of good, because they were conflicted, so it was like a lot of shit came from that. Dude, you know how good that shit could have been to introduce that kind of thing into the Marvel universe. Hey, we got all your fucking villains, from all these different, from all these movies teamed up to, fucking act like heroes. And they were still villains. Like, come on, man.
Yeah,
that's better than this shit.
Yeah,
think about.
I didn't watch it. I didn't watch the Thunderbolts. Did you watch this movie, or you just passed on it?
Look. Let me see. Now, the Thunderbolts. You have one dude that was supposed to be Captain America. Then you have another dude that you have one guy that's supposed to be Captain America. You got one dude that used to be Captain America, and then the person that is Captain America, nobody wants as Captain America.
Well, did you watch the woke soldiers, I like to call it, in the thing? It's a mess, dude. Yeah.
But this is the great thing about the Thunderbolts. So you have Bucky, you have U.S. Agent, who used to be Captain America, and then you have the Soviet, the Red Guardian, who is. Do you know who he is in comic books?
No, I haven't looked into this yet.
If you look on his chest, like pull up the Thunderbolts, man. Like let's take a look at these guys, because this is something that you're gonna see. All right, now how about this? Now let's say you pull up the last or what Avengers 3. When you pull up that Captain America or the last Captain America or the last Avengers with Steve Rogers, you look at his costume. Then look at U.S. agents, the Captain America and Kurt Russell's son. Then you look at Sam Wilson, Captain America. You look at his costume, and then you look at the Red Guardian. You see something. You see something in common with all three, with all four of them, actually. Yeah.
So there you see the Red Guardian's costume, and it's got the star in the center.
Right. See, now, now you look at Captain America, he has the same star.
Yep.
Now, and then if you look at Kurt Russell's son, he has the star too. See, that's the same star. Now you look at Sam Wilson, he got the same star. The new Captain America, Falcon Captain America, he got the same star. So you know what that tells you about the Red Guardian? He's Russia's version of Captain America.
Yep.
So
because he was also in that Black
Widow.
Widow.
You telling me you got Russia's version of Captain America, you got a guy that used to be Captain America, and you got a guy that was supposed to be Captain America.
Yeah.
All on one team. That sucks. You know how bad that is, man? Because you got three versions of the same dude.
Yeah. That's ridiculous.
Come on, man. And nobody don't even think about shit like that. I'm a comic book guy looking at it like, and then I was like, well, the real Captain America, like Captain America, look, he got his star on his shit.
Yeah.
And that's how you know that they're all supposed to be, they're all the same, they're supposed to be the same thing.
And that Captain America he should have, in the show, he'd be like, look, dude, I want to go back to being Falcon. Here, Bucky, take the shield. That's what I would have done in the show. But they would be like, oh, you can't do that because of some bullshit.
I mean, Bucky was Captain America
exactly
at one point.
Right.
His
so
costume was-
he could have given the shield to him. It was like, there's just too much responsibility here.
Right.
You know, but then somebody would say, oh, a black man's giving something back to the white man, you know, some bullshit. You know, that's how stupid people are nowadays. So it's like, no, it was ridiculous. Like, if you watch any of that show, he goes underwater, then he throws the shield in, then he starts talking about some other political bullshit, and that's whole. I watched, I think, the last 2 episodes, but it was enough. I watched some of it. Somebody's like, let's watch this show, and I said, oh fuck, and I watched it, and I'm just it's just like, is this really happening? Like, it's so weird. Like, you just look at this. No, dude, Falcon was fine as Falcon. So give the shield back to Bucky. And then be like, look, let's kick ass together. But no, we can't do that, because if the black man gives the shield back to the white man, then, you know, there's some, you know, it's some oppression garbage, I'm sure, to people. It's just stupid. It's stupid, man.
What it also is an insult to a black comic book.
Yes, it is.
Falcon isn't good enough.
Right.
So we got to
exactly.
Like this.
I agree.
For a black man.
Yeah, exactly.
See, from the show, he had the star.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I see that.
See, so that's the thing. So you got 3 Captain America type cats on one team, and again, nobody really, like, people looking at the Thunderbolts. And when I looked at it, I said, "Wow, how is this overkill when you got 3 cap?" And it's funny, not anybody that's ever discussed this never looked at it like you got 3 Captain Americas on one team. Right. And the team is still a shitty team. Because think about it, dude. Yes. If you're supposed to be the embodiment of Captain America in some shape, way, form, or fashion.
Yes.
Now, the Winter Soldier by himself, man, we seen what the fuck he can do.
Yes.
But it just seems like I don't see why the fuck they ain't giving him back his old suit.
I don't know, man.
That fucking jacket and fucking jeans or what the fuck he's wearing, that shit is, that's just horrible, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's horrible, dude. Well, you know, that lets you know, man, like, you got 3, and then all these people from all these failed movies and fucking TV shows and shit, and they throw them all together on a team. Mm-hmm. This is fucking horrible, man.
Because they're thinking, if we throw these actors all together, people are going to come see this movie. No.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're not.
Rebranded, failure.
Yeah, rebranded and remarketed the movie to be the new Avengers. Wow, man. Fuck. That's and it didn't even help, man. Like, you know,
nope.
3 Captain Americas.
I mean, I didn't think about it, but then again, I didn't really care. It's like, it's Marvel crap.
Well,
MCU.
It's DC is a mess too. I mean, this
Superman
film, you know that already, dude.
That's a DCFU.
Yeah, that's DCFU. I like that. It's such a mess about all this stuff. And I know somebody I do have talked to about a lot of this comic book stuff, not just Jace or you, 24, is somebody else says they're going backwards with this stuff with the movies, and he wants to see. He's been researching this. He wants to see how far they go backwards on the movie, like where they're going to go. So he keeps watching this, and he's just figuring out, well, where are we going to go with this? And if they want to go backwards and doomsday, I mean, yeah, it's possible the Russo brothers coming back, which shouldn't have left anyways, I feel, but I don't know. It's just
but who's to say even the Russo brothers
exactly
have what it takes to bring the magic that they brought in for Endgame and Infinity War.
And they're going to be underneath guns, so whatever Gunn's perverted fantasies are.
I was
Oh, you're talking.
The thing.
Yeah, you're talking about Marvel. Yeah, you said Gunn.
All right, sorry.
Now just with DC.
I thought.
Right, I was like,
I thought you all switched to. I thought you guys switched to DC. Sorry.
So the thing with this is like, all right, you bring the Russo brothers back, you bring Robert Downey Jr. back
for 2 films.
Okay, I'm better now.
You bring back some of the old actors. Of course, you got Helmsworth.
Yes.
And you bring in all these actors, right, that we've seen that are going to be in this movie. From what I heard, Chris Evans was supposed to be in it. Now I'm hearing he's not going to be in it. Because for all these months we were hearing that we were supposed to be seeing the evil version of Captain America. So people were hearing that Chris Evans was supposed to be in this movie, but he did an interview the other day saying he wasn't. And he feels like he's being left out of the party.
Yeah, but I mean that could also be him downplaying it,
trying to
get people off the scent.
Right.
Good point. Yeah.
So you got all this going on, but the thing is that all these people that are attached to this movie, you got Shang-Chi, you got the Thunderbolts, you got the chick from you got the chick from from all these.
Yeah.
You got all these shows with all these people, man, and the shows in these movies all failed, man. And what's gonna happen is they're gonna polish the turd. So they're gonna take all this whack shit that failed.
Yes.
Put the Russos writing to it, make them do some cool shit,
right? To
where they're gonna try to make these characters likable for the movies, for the new movies, even though they people hated them in their own shows and nobody watched them or whatever. But the Russos are back. But then you're sprinkling Robert Downey, Chris Helmsworth, whoever else amongst them.
Mm-hmm.
And then these are the Avengers. So of course, even if they were called the Thunderbolts, then they're going to be involved in the. I guess like Guardians of the Galaxy was involved in the the last Avengers movies or whatever. So no matter what the name of your group is or whatever, you're going to be in this new Avengers movie. So they got Shang-Chi, and they got all these bad fucking, and so they're going to have these good writing. Simu Liu, oh my God. So you're going to get this cat with a good script. Simu Liu going to have a good script from the Russo brothers.
Right.
And
does that mean rabbit chickens are coming back?
Man, I mean, the list of people that are coming back, or when you read them, it's like fuck. And then you got Patrick Stewart and the original X-Men people.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them are coming back
after what they did to him, and
Patrick Stewart is coming back.
What they did to him in the multiverse of madness.
Yeah, and then what? I mean, it's like, damn, how many times are they gonna kill off Professor X? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they're gonna kill him off
back and shit, and it'd be the same dude.
How many times have they killed?
I mean, are they gonna kill him off again? Because at some point, I heard that they're gonna have like a Big Bang Theory kind of thing, and everything's gonna like reset itself, but it's gonna be in the new image of the new Marvel or whatever. And at that point, it's basically going to be like you'll have your updated version of who your new Cyclops is going to be, and your new Storm, and your new Professor X. It ain't, so basically after it all goes down, the universe is going to reset itself like a Big Bang Theory, and you're basically going to get the new version of all these characters for the foreseeable Marvel future.
I suppose that's kind of one of the things they're trying to do with the Fantastic Four movie then.
I don't know if they're going to be recast once this Big Bang Theory thing or how this universe is supposed to reset itself, but that's how you get to have, you're going to have your old characters, I guess, fighting for their life or their universe or whatever the fuck they're going to be whatever their purpose is going to be in this new movie. They're going to be fighting for their existence, and somehow they're going to make it through until the whole universe resets itself, and then you get a whole new brand new Marvel universe. This is basically what you're going to get. Whoever stays. Whoever gets recast. You're going to get the new version walking in, like when everything is settling out, and then oh my gosh, oh my, look at me, and I'm young now. You get a new Professor X, and he's a nice, young guy with a bald head, in a spanking a brand new wheelchair, and you get a younger Cyclops and a newer Wolverine. But how long is that? How long is that going to last?
No. Then what they move into another X-Men film or something. I mean, it's just I don't know what's going on anymore with the. I am sure some people had the MCU before there was a direction there. Civil War, Infinity War, and so on, Endgame, and all that. There was a direction. Even they could have put the Black Widow movie in there somewhere, and it would have probably fit better instead of just being its own standalone movie. And even though that movie had some good action sequences, overall it was still a mess. Especially the Taskmaster thing. Oh, I'm a woman. No, but you're not. He's a guy. But anyways, it's just silly things like that. Yeah, no. It's just really Spider-Woman, where oh, okay.
That's before your time, youngin.
Oh, okay. No, I've heard of Spider-Woman.
Kiss of the Spider-Woman.
Oh, Kiss of
nothing
the
to do with the
okay.
DCU.
Oh,
it has nothing to do with the DCU.
Yes, I'll have to look into that.
Actually, I think I might have had that wrong. I'm trying to think of where it was a woman, but it's really a guy, and had that guy from.
Oh, okay. There's that Broadway show, Kiss of the Spider-Woman.
Okay,
there you go.
I think that deals with he's really a she, and she's really a he. And
no, Baron, it does not. It does not.
Okay. See, I got it wrong. What's the one of the film that was done? It was The Biggest Thing. The guy from Stargate who played Ra in there. He was, playing a woman who's really a guy. And
I don't know, man.
That's what I was trying to think of.
Oh, you talking about the Crying Game?
Just a second. Crying Game. Thank you. Just a second. Okay, that should help me. Lose! Woo!
That's where Baron passes out.
Oh, man. I mean, really, what they needed to do, DC needed to take a break, a longer break. Marvel needed to take a longer break.
I keep saying this, Marvel needed to take a break after Endgame.
Yes. But they just wanted to keep. They wanted to keep going. I mean, even stuff like She-Hulk 24, that could have been a really good show, and they could have even put Doctor Doom in there, like they did in the animated show. It would have been badass, but they didn't. They could have just gone with what happens to She-Hulk. It was okay at first, and then it just started falling apart, and then she's get dizzy and this and that. Then she needs to twerk and stuff. I don't know, man.
Well, he didn't like that big green twerking going on there. Got that twerking going
then there was some stupid bathroom humor and stuff. And if you decide to watch any of that show, you're like, what the fuck is going on here, man? Why would She-Hulk really? I don't care who it is, but why would She-Hulk care about Ruth Bader Ginsburg? Like, why would she fucking care about everything? Because she's a lawyer. That's why she cares. I don't know. They just were going in the wrong direction with that stuff, and then I guess she got together with, of course, Daredevil and stuff. I don't know.
And then makes him walk the walk of shame.
Right,
No man ever walks the walk of shame. If a guy got it on with She-Hulk, he would not be walking no walk of shame. He'd be walking out there. That's right.
That's right.
I did it. That's what a guy would do.
And She-Hulk, that's not She-Hulk, and she uses her sexuality, but like she's an attractive woman. Oh no, I'm not saying this woman was exactly ugly.
She could also be sarcastic.
That's right.
Yeah. Very sarcastic.
Mm-hmm.
And breaks the fourth wall.
That's what we learned about in the Incredible Hulk show as well. And they brought her alive. I think it was Cree Summer, if I remember, who voiced her. So Cree Summer still voices a lot of people these days. But it's just that was She-Hulk. See, the She-Hulk you see in the live action, you're like, what is this?
You know what's crazy about She-Hulk now is if you looked at the concept art for Avengers Doomsday, she was in it.
Interesting.
Yeah, because Tatiana Maslany was complaining about being taken out of.
Well, the thing is, I'm not sure if it's going to be her, but She-Hulk as a character is in the concept art, which is like some new shit. So it's like, well, what does that mean? Does that mean that we'll see we might not see whatever fuck her name is, but we'll see She-Hulk. So how does that work? Yeah. Or are they planning to bring this girl back with a different attitude, which is what they need to do I think she destroyed the character.
Well, yeah.
I think people would be forgiving to see the character, to see She-Hulk. Right. But if they see the same actress, it'll kill it.
And how many people still care about like Moon Knight, man, which turned into Layla Knight? Like these bait and switch garbage is just ridiculous. It's just like, oh, Layla Knight is stronger than Moon Knight. Are you fucking kidding me with this? This guy, Moon Knight, kicked the crap out of Deadpool. I mean, come on. In the comics, they had a fight and Moon Knight kicked his ass.
Yep.
That happened. So it's just like after I watched that first season, I was like, okay, I want to look into the lore of this. Oh my gosh, this Moon Knight dude is an absolute fucking badass. They didn't even show half of this shit in the fucking show. It got so goofy. That's the other thing, of course. Just like
that's
the Star Wars stuff,
Marvel,
Disney, all this stuff, it just goes goofy. Doctor Who, it doesn't matter. It goes in the wrong kind of way. It's like, this doesn't make fucking sense, man. Where is the seriousness? Even Doctor Who has a seriousness to it. There's a serious side. Yes.
So let me ask you. So did you enjoy that fight between who's that? Was it Echo and Daredevil?
Something like that. Was that the? I can't remember. What was that? That wasn't obviously Moon Knight because of course Daredevil.
No. That was
Are you talking about the comics?
No, it was in the TV show.
Yeah. The original one, right? Or the newest one? No, the original Daredevil, the newest one. Oh no, I haven't watched the newest one yet. Did you? Born Again, right?
Yeah.
I haven't watched Born Again. Is it worth it? I've heard mixed things about
you didn't. I mean, I think Mike can probably pop some of the fight scenes. I mean, it'll be under we'll be dropping commentary on it, and they say what it is when you see Charlie Cox, you see how he's able to pull off a fight scene. Of course, he has the skills from the old Daredevil show, but you think the chick from Echo was able to hang with him with what he can do, and when you see it, you can tell he's like holding back on like throwing punches and making sure he don't hit her and make sure she ducks and moves out the way in time. Like the shit was so.
Wow. Okay. So Born Again isn't isn't really
Yeah,
worth watching
I'll
it?
bring
Or?
it up. I'll bring it up, and if I have to pause it, I have to pause it.
Okay.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. We'll
Yeah,
just be, of
well,
course.
I mean, Kingpin got his ass kicked by Kate Bishop, which is like in the Hawkeye show. I remember seeing some scenes of that, and I went, "What in the?"
I did mute the sound only because of the music.
Right.
But
No, I didn't watch the Echo show. Okay, so Echo popped into the. Yeah, I didn't watch this show. Okay, so Echo's in.
There you go, right there.
Daredevil. Okay.
yep, and there she goes sliding down.
That's what I'm talking about. And she, Jamie.
Okay.
And now it's between Daredevil and Echo.
Okay, so throws one of his sticks, batons, whatever. Yeah.
Man.
Is Born Again actually worth watching then? I don't know, man. After Moon Knight and some of this other stuff, I just stopped really caring.
Look at that.
He's definitely
And the thing is, they were saying like she could barely fit into her costume. She was so out of shape and shit. Look.
I was just gonna say, is it just me or is this fight choreography bad?
It's bad.
Yeah,
like she
bad.
look.
No,
What's that? What was that? What was that? Look,
I'll go back to it. I'll go back to it.
Look,
that should have hurt.
No.
Yeah.
Look at right when she's getting ready to hit the floor, and then look at what she does when she hits the floor, and like she stopped, or like he stopped, and like they look
right there.
Yeah, she slid. Then she turned, and
but that was so slow. It was like
yes. Well, the fight sequences in the original Daredevil show was absolutely fucking badass, dude. And I don't know what they're doing.
This is all happening in slow motion. They're going through the moves.
Mm-hmm. It's just like the lightsaber battles we get now in Disney Star Wars. They suck.
Yeah, they're not.
Do you want to see any more of this?
Yeah, I want to get her ass whooped.
Yeah. That good old 24.
I'm like, don't run now, bitch.
Ooh, I got a shotgun.
So yeah, we had the Echo. We had the Echo show, and then of course we have Daredevil Born Again, and
yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's like she threw it.
Yeah.
It's like I ain't gonna give her no 3 video.
And then, of course, what happened to Charlie Cox's friends? I know people were really pissed about that.
Are you, Cash?
Man,
I don't know. I like
this is just bad.
Yeah, exactly, man. It's like, especially when you've seen Charlie Cox in action so many times, and then you see him like, yeah, this is terrible, man.
And she looks out of shape.
She does, yes.
I don't mean to be mean because I'm in perfect shape, round. I mean, like 24 said, she couldn't fit her outfit and all that. She does. That's horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, going back to like the original Netflix show, yeah, it's just the choreography in that show is fucking badass. Man. That was not good what they showed. It just looks cheap.
Just watch that shit. I'm just
It's bad.
It just shows that they don't care anymore.
No.
Right. Man.
No. They got their pound of flesh, and now they figure everyone's going to be like good little monkeys and lemmings and dive in and say, "Hey, it's an MCU!" Yay! Why are they losing the audience?
I'm not a good little gerbil. I don't do tricks.
Oh, I was going to say, if you're a gerbil, stay away from Richard Gere. It's because of him you can't buy gerbils in L.A. I'm kidding.
I know you're not kidding.
Dang those gerbils.
Gerbil power. Gerbil now, gerbil forever. No, I mean, again, it's all been disgusting how, like, the fight scenes, whether it's in Star Wars, this, wherever, they're just like, did you go to Temu or Wish for this? Maybe the guy on Craigslist goes, I can choreograph. I choreograph fights all the time. You know, it's like.
And Lady Miska's asking why. I asked the question too. Why is that going to be what you use for the episode? Why don't you have them go back and rehearse over and over again until it looks like it's fluid and they don't have to think about
Yeah, I don't get that. You know.
Yeah, right, exactly. I agree. It just looks cheap.
What you need to do is like they do it for a lot of fighters. Get dancers. Like Adrian Paul did in Highlander. He was a dancer. They got him because he could learn the choreographing of doing a fight scene with a sword.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I mean,
it's funny. Are you subscribed to his YouTube channel, Adrian Paul?
No.
No.
He has a YouTube channel. He actually teaches people how to use swords. That's what he's like. He does like he's like an instructor now.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So that's what he does now, man. But he looks to be in pretty good shape, man. You know, he's an older dude. But no ponytail or no shit like that. But he's still doing his thing, man. So you have to check him out, man. He drops videos, I think
should do that
once a week or some shit.
Remember when those Pepsi commercials with Ray Charles and they had the three girls on there?
Yeah.
He was married to one of them. I don't know if he still is or not, but one at the time he was married to one of them. Yeah,
I had no idea, man.
I knew something 24/10. Woo! Yeah, I feel like I've accomplished something today.
Okay. Yeah, man. I mean, shit. That's.
I just don't know what Hollywood's thinking anymore.
No,
when they put in such low effort.
Man, let me ask y'all this: y'all looking forward to the new Highlander?
It's a remake. I mean, it's kind of hard to get excited over. I mean, Cavill. I mean, a good choice. Don't get me wrong, but what are they going to do to screw this up?
Well, I tell you what, I've done videos on this. It's so you have director Chad Stahelski from all the John Wick movies.
Mm-hmm.
So you got him directing. You have star, Henry Cavill, and basically Henry Cavill's going to be like a 400 or 500-year-old martial artist. Didn't know, not saying anything about Henry. I didn't know he knew martial arts. So that puts him in a whole nother. Is that what he's doing now? Is he learning martial arts? Because that's what he's supposed to be, a martial artist.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I said, damn, that's a different Henry martial artist, 400 or 500 years old. Okay, is this completely rebooting the whole thing, even though that's what they call it, or is this an extension of what's already now? If he's like a new McLeod and they respected everything that all the other fucking movies and the show and everything else went through, I think that'd be cool. Yeah, because it already has a foundation, and even though it's introducing a new Highlander, it's not ditching the history or the lore or the canon or whatever the fuck, so how are they going to play this? And the thing is, nobody knows, do we see is this a brand new Duncan MacLeod? If that's the case, then damn,
And that's the thing, not a lot of information has been coming out about
right, exactly. I mean, they start filming in September. Mm-hmm. So I mean, but then again, it's like Amazon MGM is putting it out. And see, this is the thing. So you got Amazon MGM. All right, Henry has Voltron, which
Yes.
just
which is going straight to streaming.
Which
right,
just got
which
his
is
ass,
stupid.
I was just gonna say, we just got his ass kicked to streaming. That's so fucked up.
It is. He's got the Warhammer, then he's got the Highlander remake.
And all three, now check this out. All three of those are Amazon projects.
That's right.
You just took Voltron and kicked it to Amazon Prime. Warhammer, you're having issues because they just threw that female centric shit in there. Whatever the fuck they tried to do. What
Custodians or whatever it was, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So you have
female
that.
custodians.
Mm-hmm.
So you've had issues with that, and then you got the Highlander.
Yeah.
So, man, Voltron. You know what kills me about Voltron is like when I saw the cast, I already knew what the story was without even knowing what the story is.
If it's anything
up,
like
man.
the Netflix bullshit, then that they had.
So basically,
bullshit.
what I'm looking at, and I could be wrong, but if I'm wrong, I guess when the movie comes out on fucking Amazon Prime, we'll know then. Basically, the original stars of Voltron, they're old now. That's Henry. They're like in their 40s, 50s, or whatever. That's okay. Henry. And
hey man, can I get in that line, dude? Hold on, I gotta get my cane first, man. I gotta get it in the line. I'll be okay.
Oh, yeah, the weather is so humid out.
If I gotta get in this line, I gotta stretch first.
So you got the people who was probably running Voltron, right?
Uh-huh.
They're all old. Basically, Batman and Green Lantern, these motherfuckers. Their best shit has already happened. The movie is going to be the next generation.
Uh-huh.
So you got 5 or 6 old motherfuckers. You got 5 or 6 new motherfuckers. Why are the 5 or 6 new, young kids there? Because they're going to take over.
Yep.
It sucks, man. So basically, probably Henry and everybody his age, because everybody his age is in their late 30s, 40s, and 50s. And that's all the actors that are playing the older people. They look like they're going to be the original 5. And then all of a sudden, you got everybody else is young teenagers. You could tell they're like 14, 15, 16, maybe all the way to like 18, 19. So why is there such a significant group of like 5 or 6 teenagers, 5 or 6 adults? Because it's going to be the passing of the torch fucking movie. If that's how you're going to do Voltron, I wouldn't want to watch it anyway. Why? No. Because if the original cast is there and they're passing the torch, that means we haven't seen their best shit. I don't want to watch it. I don't want to watch Voltron: The Next Generation.
I want to see the original team come together, learn how to pilot the Lions, and learn how to go against the forces of evil.
Yes.
And more than likely, we're going to see the original team in action somewhat, but we're going to see them pass it off too. And that's fucked up. So, yeah. Wow.
What if you watch any of that Netflix show? It was like 8 seasons. They did like within 2 years, and then they were like, "Hey, Keith is gay," and you're like, "Now hold on a minute, man. Keith loves the princess. What are we doing here?"
Oh,
this is They actually did some of that.
Maybe he likes the wardrobe, not the princess, but the wardrobe.
Maybe so. Maybe so. Maybe so. And they race swapped the princess, of course. It was just why not, so, and then the other character was it Lance? I think Lance was into the princess, but Keith is gay.
Pidge,
and I was like,
Pidge in the Netflix series was actually a girl.
That's right. That's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, she was. Yeah. Yeah. So the animation was great. I mean, it's the same animation that Masters of the Universe had. The animation was great, but still, it's like you guys are screwing up the story.
Well, and it's funny because the older actors, there's like 2 chicks. So Pidge, you're out of there, buddy. Pidge got a cooch. Ain't that some shit? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Man. So yeah, man. So
I used to have a tab A, now I got a slot B.
Man, that's whack, man. So yeah, so basically that's what it is, man. You can just tell from the casting. It was the same amount of people and all that, and just the age bracket just told it all. I was like, damn. So this is what we're gonna do.
I'll be honest with you, 24. I don't have a lot of faith in the Voltron movie, nor do I have a lot of faith in the new He-Man movie that's coming out from Amazon.
He-Man.
No. Yeah, no.
No, it doesn't.
I mean, so we got what Jared Leto as Skeletor, especially with what's going on with him now.
Yep.
Ooh.
What is all going on with him? I haven't had a chance to look into it. I've been kind of busy.
Oh man, he's they say he like him young, man. So
okay.
And there's a lot of stuff going on with that. So
the Epstein gang. Okay, the Epstein
gang. They say, he has like has a cult like mentality, whatever, and all that shit. So I don't know, man. They say it might tank a few movies that he's a part of now, like Tron.
I read
Master of the Universe. And he has one other movie he's working on too. So it's like,
yeah,
it's like 3 movies right now are he's in, and they might be in some shit depending on how far these allegations and whatever the fuck happens with him.
And if they're true, then he's really on the creek.
They say he's denying it, but whatever. I don't know.
Well,
we don't know. I mean, he did it. He does have a cult, so I mean, that is a thing that he has.
I mean, I'm not going to prejudge. I just know that he's kind of an interesting chap, you might say.
Yeah.
So let's put it this way: wouldn't surprise me. But of course, I look to the bright side of life. That probably is someone trying to take advantage of something that
that Jonathan Majors thing was all kind of fucked up too, and that woman was screwed up too. So this could be another case.
Well, they were both at fault.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, and so this could be another case that woman could be at fault. He could be at fault, but I don't know if it's true. His career is going to be in big trouble, no doubt.
Yeah, don't know.
We don't know though, but
I mean,
we can only speculate, and it's only allegations. So I'm not going to.
Right, it's only allegations. We're not the jury. We're not the judge. We're not the jury. So
no, we are not.
We don't have access to any of the evidence.
No.
Right. Mm-hmm. Just the accusations, and we all know how whack that can be. Yeah. And a lawyer would instantaneously tell Jared, "Keep your mouth shut," which I'm sure they tried to do with Alec Baldwin, but he kept on opening that big trap of his, damning him even more.
Yes,
because he's a twat waffle.
Yes,
He-Man,
absolutely.
After all these years, we get a He-Man live action movie. Okay, and what happens? Back to Earth, bitches. Yeah. What about Eternia? No, go fuck yourself.
Let's do the same shit the first He-Man movie did. Let's do
that.
The thing is, it's like I wonder if he's back to Earth for real, or if it's a spell. Like he's like they got him in some kind of like dream state or some shit, and he's like thinking he's on Earth. And they're doing that just to fucking cloud his mind and his judgment, and and that's why you can see Tila coming in wearing her regular superhero clothes when he's dressed up like a street guy or whatever the fuck, because she's trying to wake his ass up and bring him back to reality or whatever the fuck. I thought like maybe that would work if that's what it is, and to have him thinking like, I'm just a fucking college student on Earth, and I'm not even fucking He-Man. I'm a guy called Adam. And I go to college at I go to dipshit university, and and all this. So it's like, well, so it's like at that point, it's like, well, and then it's like, then you look at the characters, like they race swap Triclops.
Yeah, they did that, and I've been telling Cash and Baron, the girl that's playing Tila has a better fit as Evil Lynn. She looks more like the character,
right?
Yeah. And vice versa.
Yeah, so it's, and then it's like, is Cringer gonna, do we get that? Do we get real Battle Cat, or do we get like Cringer, like he's we get like a pussified kitty cat, that's green and shit? Like, what are we getting here, man? Are we having Orko, or he's not in this movie either? Like, yo, fuck Orko.
Or we get World War again.
Tila comes back to Earth and be like, bitch. Fuck you, Adam. I'm a lesbian again. Fuck you. Yeah, woo.
But I keep hearing they're gonna have She-Ra show up.
Yes.
Does that mean that Hordak is like the Thanos, of this shit, which I could see, or is it gonna be like
see with being
they had King Hiss, if I'm not mistaken. And they had Hordak, and both of them were like, those were like the two bads that were even badder than fucking Skeletor.
Yeah, they were more powerful than Skeletor.
Right. So I mean,
Hordak, who trained Skeletor in the dark arts.
Right. I mean, Hordak's supposed to be like some next level shit, like, but where does King Hiss fall in at? As far as being like I said, those were the three like leading bad guys over time.
Right.
I mean, come on, man. I think.
Then
they got characters like that only showed up like in the He-Man small comic book that came with your fucking action figure when you was a kid.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah,
so they have a character. What's that? Pig Man or some stupid shit, Boar Man or some dumb. This motherfucker showed up in one of those little fucking mini comics. He never showed up like in any of the actual comic books for like Marvel when they first started coming out with back in the mid 80s with the comic books and shit. Man, so it's like you coming out with characters people don't even fucking know if they didn't read that one comic book from the original toy from like 45 years ago. You see it like, I don't know, man. It's weird, man. This
is reminding me of the Sun and Thorn series.
You can't expect everybody to know every little piece of
this is my thing too. It's like, man, and then it's like these companies that they have the rights. Like, I wouldn't put out a movie. Let's say if I'm a company, I get the rights to He-Man, but I could he's called He-Man. He somewhat looks like He-Man, but I can't use Man-at-Arms. For some reason he's so basically Tila, it has to be the placement of it. So like Tila's like all dude like, she plays both roles. It's like I wouldn't put out a movie if I can't touch all the main characters.
I thought Man-at-Arms was in that.
Yeah, he is. I was using that as an example.
But
Man-at-Arms is what? Idris Elba, right? So how was he Man-at-Arms and Tila looks how does that work?
Yeah, because
Man-at-Arms is black. His daughter Tila's Latina, and
what does the sorceress look like?
I was going to say, what's the ethnicity of the sorceress?
Yeah, I mean, what?
Chinese or Japanese.
Come on, man.
If Tila's Latina, then wouldn't that make the sorceress Latina?
That's not how you think in Hollywood.
What? That means what? What? Man-at-Arms is stepdad.
Yes,
possibly in this iteration.
I mean that's how they tried. That's how he was passing himself off as, and that was the secret, though, that he was really her father. But he was, and she didn't know. I mean,
come on, man.
I mean, it's ridiculous. I
I mean,
I wish I had hope, but
at
I
least
don't.
when it came to the relationship between the sorceress and Man at Arms in the Filmation cartoon, they did let you know, okay, the sorceress is Tila's mother,
Mhm.
Duncan Man at Arms is Tila's father,
Yep. Boom.
and
There he is.
Tila's destiny is to become the next sorceress of Grayskull.
Right.
Mhm.
But
Damn, man. I mean, they got the power to just fucking come with a
They
real adaptation,
they have the
man.
power to do better than things in Kevin
Fuck,
Smith. They have
man.
a power to do all this stuff, man. They just don't. It's like, why is he back on Earth? But that's I just
yeah,
hey
They're
Adam,
like,
what's up? I'm going to dipshit college. Fuck you all.
As a,
they're like, yeah, they're like, who the fuck's writing the new He-Man? Oh, the guy that wrote Morbius. Ah, what the fuck?
yeah, that movie sucked.
It's like, come
I
on, man. It's like, and then it's like,
Jace liked that movie a lot. I haven't seen it
come
yet.
on, man. But I was using that for an example. But really, that's how it goes. Like you find out who the writer for like a movie that people been wanting, and it's a motherfucker that just wrote a shit movie that just failed like a few months ago, and you're like, oh, it's this motherfucker. All right, damn.
Yeah,
Why don't they just get Ool
well,
Bull?
I do have a question here.
Seriously.
24.
What's up, man?
With the state of Warner Brothers right now, and they're in a bad state. I mean, they did that mass, that bit of the layoffs. They're having issues. Money's running like mad.
Mhm.
Do you think that maybe they're kind of holding back a little on the new DCU to see how it goes with this next Superman film? And if this does not work out, that this James Gunn verse will collapse and he'll be let go?
Mm.
Because there's a lot hanging on this film to make a lot of money that they need. They cannot have a flop.
Well, it's what to Superman. I'll tell you what, man.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to.
No. I was just thinking like they've been pushing the hell out of advertisements. From what I've seen, and I've seen some people talk about it. I was looking at pictures. They got the S. New York, different places by the Eiffel Tower, all kind of shit. They basically have this thing, Supermaned out all over the place. So there's a lot of Superman advertising. They say the advertisement going into Superman is basically going to be on the level of what they've done with Barbie, basically. And but the thing is,
excuse me, yeah,
I'm just not sold on it, man. I mean, hopefully it does well or whatever, but then that means we'll get more of the same.
Right.
And if it fails, then we won't get nothing else after it or whatever. Like, that'll be it. So who is this a win-win for? So, like, Superman succeeds and we get more shitty Superman or whatever the James Gunn Superman. I don't know if it's shitty or not, but it's going to be his interpretation of it. And or if it fails, we're not getting really shit else after that, and that's going to be it. So I don't know what's.
I mean, the Creature Commandos aren't doing that well, if I remember right.
Man, yeah, I don't know. Did that do well? I didn't watch that. Really.
Well, that's just it. I don't think anybody.
It was all right, man. I mean, it's just what it was.
But
just.
I don't think a lot of people did, though. I don't think a lot of people were
Well, I mean, it's just nobody knows who they are. It's like James Gunn is James Gunn's pushing shit that. To be honest, I don't even think James Gunn wrote. Look, I'm gonna tell you something about Creature Commandos. Anybody knows about Creature Commandos?
Just a little bit, not much, but I know of them.
They were in a comic. They had a run in a comic book called Our Army at War.
Yep.
And so basically, it was like a war comic book. And towards around issue 250, 260, 270, they brought in the Creature Commandos. So basically, I guess they figured to try something different. Basically, they had a Sergeant Rock kind of comic book all the way through. So it was like a hard-nosed, straight-up war fucking comic. And then all of a sudden, they changed up the dynamics and put in the Creature Commandos, which was like like a superhero team of monsters that go after Nazis and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
So they highlighted the comic book for about 30 issues or so. And then they kind of like fiddle-faddled, like bringing them in and out or whatever until the comic book kind of like went out of until the comic book got canceled or whatnot. So my thing is, when did James Gunn become a fan of the Creature Commandos? Really, I'm gonna kind of throw it out there. I'm gonna have a hunch. I don't think he was ever a fan.
I don't think
No,
so.
it's just like with
I don't think he was ever a fan
Peacemaker.
of Suicide Squad.
Yeah, I heard Peacemaker was good. I never watched it though, but
yeah. It's
the only thing that made Peacemaker good was the supporting cast. That's about it.
Because James Gunn's my age, roughly about, and I mean, other than of hearing of Creature Commando, I don't think he ever delved into that mythology in the DC universe at all. Maybe he heard something and thought, "Oh, I can Guardian of the Galaxy at this." A lot of people didn't really hear or know of the Guardians of the Galaxies, even though they've been around for a while.
If you see Creature Commandos, it feels like Guardians of the Galaxy and Suicide Squad.
Right.
And I'm telling you, man, Superman is the same shit.
Yeah, it's going to be the same thing, I fear. And I think it's going to tank.
I know.
If it's going to be that, if it's going to be bad,
right?
If this is not going to be a good film, I want it to tank and tank hard. If it's a good film, I want it to be successful.
Yes.
And I'll take back a lot of things I said about James Gunn. I swear, I promise, I will.
Yeah.
But I don't see anything good out of it, and I think it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt this new universe, and I think it's going to come to an end because, he comes in highfalutin like he is, his BS, his double talk, insulting fans, calling fans, the typical crap,
right?
Alienating them, and then nothing in any of the advertisements they have really gets you interested.
Yeah, I mean, this is just funny. James Gunn promises serious stakes in DCU. Says dead is dead. Really, I'm so happy like that. We have to emphasize things that we should already know in our brains. Come on, it's just,
right?
What would you do if you had a brain, Mr. Gunn?
But gentlemen, I think now is a good time to start wrapping up today's edition of Pop Talk 24. I want to thank you very much for joining us today. It's a lot of fun and glad to have you here, brother. And
you know it. Yeah, I had a great time, man.
Would you do me a favor and go ahead and let folks know what will be coming up on your channel?
Oh shit, man. Yeah, I got a video and some other things I plan to be working on. I might do a live stream later on tonight. I'm not sure if I jump on for about an hour or two. Not sure. I got to see what's going on for today, because it's Father's Day. So about to catch up with some family and see what's happening. But besides that, just working on videos and doing live streams. And actually, I just figured out how to multi-stream on StreamYard. So I'm about to I got Twitch, Kick, and Kick linked up. I'm about to try to figure out how I could. I know how to get Rumble. I'm gonna get Rumble linked up, and possibly Instagram and TikTok. Have them all go all at once, man. When I go live from here on, and try to see if I could make some noise on other platforms, man. So, it's all a big experimentation, man. So I'm excited to be doing different shit, man. So that's what I'll be doing this week, man. But if anything, I'm just thankful to be here, man. You guys have been awesome. I love being here with y'all, man. you guys always treat me well, man, and I appreciate y'all. I love y'all, and I'm looking forward to the next time we could do it again. So
yeah, same here. And that's one of the things whenever I ask somebody to be honest, making sure that they have a good time, making sure that they're comfortable, that their time isn't wasted.
Right. Yeah, man, this was great, man. So, shit, I'm just glad that I had the chance to spend this time with y'all, man, and I'm looking forward to the next time. So,
you got that wrong, Paddle wannabe. 24/7, he's gonna go out there and blow that shit up.
Yeah, thank you, man. Hell yeah, I'm about to blow that shit up, man. So let's do it.
That's a great idea that you have, not just streaming to YouTube, but make sure you stream out to all those platforms to get your voice out there, and people can hear what you have to say. And
right. Well, shit, man. Like I say, man, I'm glad we was able to do this, man, on this Father's Day.
Yeah.
So,
me too.
Shit, thank y'all for having me.
I'm glad it worked out.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Oh, me three.
Yeah, you know it, man. You know it.
All right, so Baron, go ahead and let everybody know what's coming up on Baron Orman Tagge's Fandom Legacy.
You mean Baron Orman Tagge's Fandom Legacy? There we go.
Yes.
Well, I'm going to try to get some gaming in. I'll see how the schedule is going, especially with the long suffering myself. And hope something I can do other than that, hanging out with you guys, and hopefully, I don't know what happened last week, but hopefully the Beyond. So that's
Jace got sick. He had the stomach flu.
He ate some bad shark eye, pickled shark eye.
Okay.
That's a real thing in Iceland. So, yeah. So, okay. So we'll see if we got the Beyond on Thursday at 6 to 6:30 Central Daylight Time on Jace Fox's 540 studio. So I'll keep you with on Wednesday with a little bit more information. It didn't cost that much. I got cheap slave labor in the basement.
Oh wow! Whoops.
Yeah, they also
you told Mouse and Little Girl, go make me a shirt.
And you know what they called me? F you. Oh, and one other thing. Right now it's for members only, but on Pop's channel, he did drop a couple days ago our first time watch of Forbidden World, not to be confused with Forbidden Planet. And so when that goes live for the whole group of people, go ahead, watch that before you even think about watching the movie. That's all I got to sit back and see. It's going to be interesting to rewatch it myself and see how disgusted we are about it. And of course, tomorrow, Pops and I will be talking about our next film. And I don't think it'll be any secret because we do say it in the thing. It's called Electric Dreams from 1984, one of Virginia Madison's first films, and it actually was done before Dune. So, a cute little fairy tale involving computers. So
very nice. Very nice. And what about you, Cash? What do you have planned for the future?
Well, the future, we got. I'm kind of in Baron's situation. Like, I'm just seeing how things are going right now. But we should be, probably at some point soon. But yeah, we. Mike and I, of course, you're we just been talking about stuff. I mean, there's still another video for me to come out on Rumble. I've got the Evil West that we need to play over on the YouTube channel and Twitch channel and things like that. And we got to, whenever Baron's available.
Yeah, it's a very good game.
Yes.
Damn. I love Westerns, man. So
Evil West is pretty cool with vampires and the cowboys and stuff. Yeah.
And y'all play it on what?
Calvary.
On what?
PC.
I play it on PC.
PC.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I'm still just testing out games. Like I'm looking at other stuff. It's like, do I want to play another Final Fantasy game? Do I want to stream one? I have in the past, so I'm just things that I've been thinking about. But yeah, we got to get onto that Evil West and some other stuff. We got to get onto Space Marine 2, but whenever Baron's available again. So yeah.
Oh, I'm semi-available. I mean,
Okay.
again, well, yeah. I mean, I told you how things are going to go. I told you, man. Do you ever listen?
No, I did listen to that. I did listen to that. Hilarious, Baron. Look at this guy with his fakeness. I knew it.
No, he doesn't listen. He doesn't pay attention to what either of us.
I knew Baron was going to pull some kind of CNN thing. No, still, Baron. I don't. I'm not going to.
Hold on. Baron told you when he would possibly be able to do a Friday stream.
Yeah, I know he did. But still, things can always change, man. And I don't want to assume anything.
I think I could do one this Friday.
Okay.
I think I could. I don't know.
See, exactly. That's what right. See, you guys are terrible.
Goes in for the surgery. I'll definitely have 4 weeks of openness.
Oh, okay, that's good. No, I do listen to Mike and Baron. Sometimes I'm just an asshole. Sometimes.
Yeah, right.
Sometimes.
At least they called me MSNBC. I would have kicked him.
Yeah, that's right.
That's fine.
Yeah, keep it to CNN. Don't go below the belt and do the MSNBC crap.
So he's part. But yeah, no, we got some. We're always a bunch of jokesters, but we've got definitely some stuff coming up. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, it would be great if we could get a multiplayer stream started next Friday. That would be great. Play some Space Marine 2.
Yeah.
Yep.
For the Emperor.
For the Rumble and the Cash Money Madness, and we gotta get. We still need to figure out Cranky Old Fans, but we should be starting to set up that soon. And that'll kick ass when we talk about some topics. And then, of course, the Twitch and the YouTube. And, I like doing the double stream there and you start building up those channels again. I don't know. It's just a lot of stuff to do. So we'll see how it goes.
Well, as far as what's coming up on Pacific414, there's a chance. I'm just saying there's a chance. There could be a game stream on Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern.
Oh, could be.
What?
No.
And the reason why I say that is because I did do a stream this past Friday. I did it for members only of my originally scheduled WrestleQuest stream for members only. So that went well. Padawannabe and DJ Running G and Anonymous didn't tell me about any buffering issues, any pixelation, any issues that they were noticing as they were watching. I was watching it in YouTube Studio. I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary like I had seen before with the previous streams. So that went well. So hopefully, knock on wood,
they're not messing with you.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully, they're not messing with me. I mean, I've gone through everything, going through my ISP, trying to figure out why they're throttling, and they're not giving me an answer. But hopefully, there will be a stream on Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern. You're not seeing it right now because it's a private stream. What I'm going to do is when I hit the go live button in Streamlabs OBS and I check the YouTube Studio site, as long as everything looks like it's stable, then I will make it public. But I won't make it public until I share it out to different platforms, to let everybody know this stream's going on, because I am also going to be streaming that over to the Rumble side. So I probably won't be scheduling it on the Rumble side until shortly before I hit go live in Slobs altogether, and then check everything in the YouTube Studio, check everything on the Rumble side, and then make it public for everybody. But if for any reason it's not going off, if I start getting those warnings, start noticing severe buffering, then I will try it for another day. But that is the plan, to try to do a game stream on Tuesday, Rise of the Ronin. And then this Wednesday, we're going to watch a great movie from the early 1980s.
Oh.
Yes. And it has Ivan Reitman involved in it. It had, of course, has the voices of John Candy and Egon himself, the late Harold Ramis. We're going to be watching Heavy Metal.
All right.
Yeah. John Candy. Can't forget John Candy playing the.
I did mention John Candy.
Dan, do you listen,
I don't
Baron?
listen.
You're talking about cats not listening. Are you
Bullshit,
listening?
Bullshit, dude. This guy. Oh my
Oh,
god.
better now. Ah, that's what I needed.
Yeah.
That's my
Oh,
brain tonic.
Whatever, man.
Sure.
Freaking
Brain
Baron.
tonic. I'll give you brain tonic. And
But Squidward's in it.
yes, he is. He's in it too. And also, there won't be a live game stream Thursday, only because that WrestleQuest live stream that I did this past Friday will actually premiere for everybody else Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern. So I don't want to have a live stream going and then have that video premiere at the same time. So there's only going to be one game stream this week, as long as everything works. Please let everything work.
If it doesn't all work, just blame Baron for it. It's fine.
No. But I do want to acknowledge something here. And I need to acknowledge it because it is from Anonymous. Because I also have one more thing to promote before we do get out of here. But first, I need to acknowledge Anonymous. There. See, I got so used to Evamux. Now I gotta get used to StreamYard again.
Oh, you want me to do this one?
Anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
Animal Moss?
Animal Moss. Yeah.
But Anonymous with a 7-month member chat says, to whom it may concern. Cash Money is banked. Oh God. Come on, Anonymous. Cash Money is bankrupt.
Oh boy.
Baron has an outhouse empire.
Hey, I want to let you know, shit houses are big money because people need porta potties, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of money in that there shit.
And he says, and Mike is the lord of a one-man island in the South Pacific, 24/7.
Yeah.
Don't believe that fake news from Anonymous.
No, that's some serious fake
Well,
news.
except for the outhouse empire.
Yeah.
I dump all this stuff.
Yeah, he's just playing with his wand again. You gotta stop doing that, Anonymous.
In the she shed.
In the she shed too, man. Come on, man.
But before we get out of here, I do want to also mention about Saturdays. The adventure continues, the Star Trek discussion, where Baron, Anonymous, and DJ Ronnie G will be joining me at 8 p.m. Eastern as we watch and discuss, and we invite all of you to watch and discuss Star Trek The Next Generation's premiere episode, Encounter at Farpoint. And yes, there will be spoilers. What was that, Baron?
I gotta spend time with Anonymous on live.
You gotta spend time with Anonymous. You gotta spend time with DJ Ronnie G, and you gotta spend time with me
and his turtles. Forget the turtles.
Of course, he always has his turtles with him. But I do want to thank Lady Miss for being here today. I also want to take the time to thank Leia Rose for being here today. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Lovely Leia Rose.
Of course. Anonymous, thank you for the member chat. Appreciate it, brother. Glad you were here. Looking forward to Saturday. Olds Gamer 72 Cutlass, thank you for being here. Eric Anderson, thank you for being here.
He looks like me.
Yeah, he does. Twin, Padawannabe, thank you for being here. Shane, also known as Yaron, thank you for being here. Jason Fox of 540 Studio, thank you for being here, brother. Pop Culture Mechanic, good to see you. Great to have you here today, brother. And DJ Ronnie G, thank you very much, brother. Glad to have you here as always. Low Spec, appreciate you being here, brother. And Phil McCracken saying Pop Talk Hills and Saves. Well, I guess you could look at it that way. I don't look at it that way. I just look at it as us having a good time. And yes, everybody, take care. Thank you for being here. And remember my saying whenever I'm playing a game, don't ever give up on me playing that game, because just when you do, you might miss something. Later, everybody.
Autobots, transform and roll out.
I think that went well. We didn't scare them off, so that's a plus. Remember, go out there and share, like, subscribe. Share it to your friends. Share it to your enemies. Why should you be the only one stuff, right?
Share out the screen. And for those who will be watching this on Rumble later, thank you for being on the Rumble channel as well.
Did you know that John Candy was in heavy metal? Nah, man, I didn't know that. That's crazy.
I didn't. He was?
No.
Wow. No, how could he be in there? Come on, man.
Nah, man.
Come on, man. I think Eugene Levy might have too.